That's a good morning, Cheddar. This is Delegate Claudia on the line.
Good morning, Shadeja. This is Peggy. We do have a number of people on the call, and also we have Chair Hinio. Good morning. So we have 2 members thus far. We just need 2 more, and we'll be ready to go. We have presenters that are waiting as well. So we're good to go. Thank you.
Good morning, BNF committee members, Chairman Henio. This is Delegate Kiel, and I'm on the line for my legislation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Begay. This is Ramona. We are waiting for other members to call in to get the meeting started.
Good morning, I'll wait on. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Shazam.
I'll send the PowerPoint for my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. This is Delegate Brown. I'm on by.
Yeah, Aisha Che. Thank you. We're just waiting for 3 more members to call in, or 1 more member to reach a quorum. Che.
Delegate Yeller is on the line for the on-call information.
Good morning, Delegate Yellowhair. Yate Bene, Chair
Yate
Hinio.
Bene.
Oh, Yate Bene. Chair Hinio, we do have 4 members on the call, and Vice Chair Smith is asking to be excused. Chair Hinio.
Oh,
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Peggy. Thank you. Hold on. Oh, sorry. We're house up. My mama shared early this morning, and the wool gets to me after I'm done. So if I start coughing halfway, please excuse me. But let's move forward. We do have a quorum, and with that, let's do a roll call for the record. Ramona, or is it Heather?
Yes, good morning, Chairman Hinyo and the Budget and Finance Committee members. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee regular meeting, date June 7, 2022. Honorable Jamie Hinyo.
I'm present here in Harema.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hinyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. I believe Peggy had mentioned that he's requesting to be excused today. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Yellowhair.
Delegate Yeller is present. I'm sorry too. I was on mute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty.
Yate Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott. Good morning.
Good morning, Shadeja. Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, this is too. Delegate Brown, present.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Chairman, we have 4 members present upon roll call, 1 member excused, and 1 member not answering roll call. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call, Ramona. It is 11 a.m. We'll call this meeting to order on June 7th, 2020. And Budget and Finance Committee's regular meeting is hereby called to order. With that, with Vice Chair Smith being excused, we'll have 4 members present. Shananta, good morning. Budget and Finance Committee members, good morning. And so with that, let's move forward to invocation this morning. Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Shananta.
Oh, I think this is the Chairman. Yeah, the constitution here, although the Budget Finance Committee, 24 councilmen, could generally task so the quarter. Generally, deal with the cattle in the corner. It's a now data so total on the draw on this coming summer. A total when he can't deal with it. He not at all his name. Today, any dollar for 20 to the bit of the 8 or the Cotoni as a big Cotosa. Then Haji person here not all king. Whatever he attends, kid, I'm on the corner, not only the 3 branch chief or speaker team are present now, and also Chief Justice and Jane too, and all and the 3 branch staff personnel and in the game's no, you know, they can't talk about. In the deal, in the base on that a base revenue projections for 2023 to area euro main cartel was on a budget for the deal FY23 the budget finance committee. So the Navajo about result from the fact that it or cheat or penat or cheat on the are on the convention and that is can't call equity promotions that it was at 12th grade to Charlotte University. General Hartson or youth that is taught to there or computer literacy and the only cut out American Rescue Plan at the heart of it only because computer yogi and what on Hartson got the cut is state eight on the cut out because American Rescue Plan at once again. So that was it between the year control cut out ahead so in this case I don't know veterans that Ada Hutchin Doctor must a senior citizen that a month ago on our card then to us students need to he not Jesus Christ. He had taken Lord here God here they need to I don't know only they said I don't know because I don't know amen. Yeah.
Kashina here da delegate Jamil here dan janoch het verdien zenigi ba hele janie aber dat je ko hilta hanit loda di penibie so ibn dat je ko na so ya hol just di agenda ni das het so zigi so ibn dat je ko recognizing guests and visiting officials so it da deal sin clear ko Clashing da is sangi khila Danila Budget and Finance Committee members. Danzenshi. So I've been that Kodoya Budget and Finance Committee. Let's introduce ourselves to the audience. Some of them might be first time joining and wondering who we are. So at the Hadil starting with Shinada, they'll get deal here. Katsadil Zingi. At the Hadil Zin Adon Nasoto to Shinada, they'll get Amber Kinasbakari. They'll get Nathaniel Brown. If they'll get Elmer P. Gaze on the line, I'd should just recall. So they'll get you.
Yes, to the chairman, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, Jimmy Elder, the Navajo team of Ade, I should never for Black Mesa chapter, the Force Lake, or Pinion, the Cooperwell, the Hartford area. Most of these are like MPL. I don't know, they talk and then say to change was change. I don't see it take so that's another. Also, you take that in the can't understand a term.
Shake Yadla, Shanda, they'll get you here. Shanda, they'll get Amber Kinasbakari.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Sheriff Delegate Yellow Hair, for the prayer. Shake Ani Nishla, the Lagana Bashis team from the Viking people, Destiny, the Shichedo, the Lagana de Shinale from the Potato people of Ireland, Shay, Amber, Kinasbakari, and the ship, Whole Floyd, Dan Shah. I've been a public servant of the communities of Chief Springs, Sugar Hill, Tolina, Sanofi, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, Clabato. On the Budget and Finance Committee, I represent Northern Agency, but we represent all of our beautiful people. So yeah, thank you, Chair, for allowing us to introduce ourselves to the individuals who are on the call. And I'm glad that my delegate, Kellen Begay, is able to join us and advocate for the veterans. Thank you.
Shake Yadla, for your introduction. Shanda, delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, they have been Henio, Ado, Shinanda, the Nebana Technique, Ado Budget and Finance, Kodo, hidden there, the base of Bobby getting it to Bicynic, Higi, Shaya, Hopa Hunch, later and a hot so the other Shamana. Ado look a Bashis chain, a Twitter next jet, think he card, Hodia, Ade Shisha, other kid, Ado kia ani e ya dashi che de dan hot sodo benahasa ado is a sana dashinal e twirineshi do shant hodo ne le nasis got the he adashinal da kai kohot aden the nensle ado chimbi todo then hot sodo twirineshi do kente township hot abanasha ado la dain kinan sto ikke kwegi sha ha age ikke han sodo
Because she here that's not for introduction binache kodoi kina the house in zido. Shnanda Delga Elmer PB Gay, are you on the line with us? Danita, Vice Chair Smith is excused. Shea, Jamie Hinyo, Hja, Hashlishni Inchlo, Twitchini, Bashis Twokid lineage che that Bash Ajation Ali that echo. I don't let Lotchin or Yedo Nasha. Ada Kodobishmas on a bunch of Lotchin, Tohachile, dot is so. But a coagation on the Shishin Kodikodo, that's not Sagi. Ada Benacha co-chair a budget and finance Kodoya the facilitate actually the meetings not liho. So what so even that could not so well just our staff. Peggy Nakai, if you would introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair Hinio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Peggy Nakai. I'm a legislative advisor. The Betlejanin Slon Halsoy Bashin Twitchini Dashichedo, Tachini Dashanella, Lakin Hojonde E Nasha.
I could shake your hand, Peggy, for 1,000 ZD. Ramona Nelson.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Got Apen, Shay, Ramona Nelson, Dashanito, not Otnato Chinchle. And the Rani Bash chains at Lanidas Chasing Dashanella. Say I told a Yanasha, Ado, Diama, do Masanshle. Yeah.
I could shake your hand. Thank you, Ramona. No 1,000 ZD. Ado, recognizing guests, I've been seeing official Shananta. Kadoya earlier had Z Itena Shandache. Delga Kalen McGay Jr.
Good morning, Che. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Yate, Mr. Henio, Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, Ado Kodosh and Arnold Budget and Finance Committee members, Arnold Ho. Kodosh Deje, Hanaran, Hidden Enslon, Kiani, Edash Jab, Dani Dashi, Ado Dish Cheat, Nedashanale. Slotland Atlee, but Hadashaki, a Loma on Tachibu Gap, Salana Cottonwood, Nazlini, and many farms, lead I Kodosh and Anish instant. Out of staff and Slinigi, do that is not again. Good morning, Chairman. Back to you.
Kashina Henashanda for introduction. Hilash Dog Bismas, Anisha, that is, have joined us in the meeting. Danita.
Good morning, Shannon. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I am on the line.
Kashina, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Introduction, my name, Kahado, DBNB.
Oh, yeah, Shana. Thank you for allowing me to introduce myself. Ashe Eugenia Charles Newton, she Ado Dona and Shanigi Abit Ahmi, Ashe Bashish Chain, last year, Shiche, Topa Shanala, not Ani Nerde, a Adet Nasha, Ado a Funamish. I do work for the community of Shiprock. So thank you for allowing me to be on Budget and Finance.
Thank you, National. City, Madam Chair of Law and Order Committee. So with that, Khailat Donana, Bishmas Anish, that is let's move forward to welcoming our staff, Office of Legislative Counsel. I see Ms. Larlene Tapahi on the line. Mr. Tapahi, are you there this morning?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here. I'm listening in, and I'm not listed on the report regarding the budget instructions manual, but I have been working with Kristen Lowell from DOJ, so I will be available to answer questions when that comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pahi, for being on the call with us this morning. Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Okay, let's move forward to the Office of the President and Vice President. The representative from the Office of the President and Vice President.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Tamara Johnson. I am Executive Staff Assistant with the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for being on the call with us. Anybody else from the Office of the President, Vice President? No, Danita. Let's move forward to the Judicial Branch, Office of Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane, their representative.
Good morning, Chair and Honorable Budget and Finance Committee members. This is Karen Francis, Office of the Chief Justice.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. Thank you for joining the call this morning. Is there anybody else from the Judicial Branch? Let's move forward to Legislative Branch, Office of the Speaker, Senator Seth Damon. It's a representative from the Legislative Branch.
Good morning, Chair. This is good morning, Chair and committee members. This is Donovan from Speaker's Office.
Good morning, Donovan. Thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, let's move forward to Office of the Controller. Navajo Nation Office of the Controller. Navajo Nation Office of the Controller. Is there anybody on the line from the Controller's office?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie, Office Controller, Accounting Manager. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Robert Willie. Thank you for being on the call with us this morning. Navajo Nation Office of Management and Budget.
This is Cordell. Good morning. Contracts and Grant Section. Addition and
Good morning. Good morning, Cordell. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Shorty. Cannon for being on the call with us this morning. Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning, Chair Henio. This is Ajwa from the Tax and Finance Unit.
Good morning, Ajwa. Thank you for being on the call with us this morning. Let's move to the other programs. Are there representatives from Navajo Nation Executive Programs?
Good morning. This is Rose Graham from the Navajo Nation Scholarship. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Graham. Thank you. Hello for being on the call.
Good morning. This is Susan Eastman, Principal Attorney at the Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program. I'm on the call for regarding legislation number 009322 to approve the fund management plan for the Navajo KT Fund.
Good morning. Thank you for being on the call with us, Ms. Eastman.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anybody else for the record?
Good morning, honorable council members. This is Dr. Begay from Doty. I'm here with Mrs. Graham Scholarship Office. Thank you very much.
Thank Dr. Begay for being on the call with us this morning. Okay, with that, let's Navajo Nation chapter government, Sean. Are there representatives from the Navajo Nation chapter government?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Otto, so I'm on the line. Thank
That
you.
is Che. That is Che. Good morning, Shananda.
Good morning, Shana,
Oh.
and BNF committee. This is Delegate Stewart online. So,
Giga Shananda, Kada Chitsule, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Good morning. Let's move forward to our agenda, Kada. We have a proposed agenda before us this morning. So, Peggy, if you would read the agenda to the record for us, please.
Yes, good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is your proposed agenda for June 7th, 2022. It's a regular meeting via teleconference. Presiding as Jamie Henio, chairperson, via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. There are journals for April 26, 2022, May 3rd, 2022. 5, receive your reports. A, update on the Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance presented by Rose Graham, Director, Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance, Department of Diné Education. B, FRF update presented by Tom Platero, Director of Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. C, update on the FY23 budget process presented by Dominic Bial, Director, Office of Management and Budget. First bullet is the 3-branch chief agreement. D, update on the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program presented by Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. E, proposed amendments to the FY23 Budget Instructions Manual presented by Kristen Lowell, Attorney, Department of Justice, with Laureline Tabahi. That's a correction that needs to be made. Legislative Council, Office of the Legislative Council. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0093-22. B, legislation number 0024-22. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is June 21st, 2022. Chair Henio.
Okay, Kiana, thank you for reading the agenda to the record. With that, it's the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion to accept the agenda as read?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Motion, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Motion, is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion, second, Chair.
Leon Shenanda, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. Agenda is open for discussion. Any discussions, comments on the agenda? I don't know. Yeah, I'll move to a call for the question.
This is Delegate Cruddy.
Delegate Crowdy, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henio. I did make a request on a report. I get an update from Ms. Nakai, and Delegate Elmer Begay also made a report. I'm trying to bring up that email. I just don't know if that's reflected on this agenda. Thank you.
Yes, we did receive your request through the email, and we did talk to Peggy when she was formulating the agenda. So Peggy, update.
Thank you, Chair Henio and members of the committee. I received that email and I reached out to the NRCS. Keisha Tatel, is it? I'm not sure, or I can't remember what her name was. Anyway, and I asked for a response from her to see if she would be available to present today, and there was no response at all. Although I did give her my email address and such. So I'm waiting for a response. She may let me know by the 21st. You may get that report at that time. I usually allow people that are requested to provide reports time to prepare their reports if they're, and then I also inquire whether they're available or not. So I did that on Friday, this past Friday.
Okay, thank you, Peggy, for the update. Shanda, Delegate Amber Kileswa-Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So if we could send out the official memo, like a request, I'm not sure, Shadit, when you submitted that request, because I made that Wednesday, May 25th. And there was also a request from Delegate Elmer Begay. Could maybe we receive a status on that request? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that follow-up. Peggy?
Is that a request pertaining to the item that was on last meeting's agenda? That's the only one that I'm aware of that Shajaa Elmer Begay had requested, and that was to hear from Mark Maryboy's company. And at that time, the committee decided that they didn't, that they would wait on that report until Nabi, they were going to work with the speaker's office. They had asked Chair Henio to contact speaker to see if Nabi would allow such reports on their committee agenda to talk about broadband and other small businesses, if they would be allowed to report. Is that what you're referring to?
Peggy, for that response back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Amber Kileswa-Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we could have a follow-up. It was, the request was made May 25th, and Delegate Begay is texting the committee that he is unable to understand. If someone can help him with some technical assistance staff, I'm not sure if it's on his end, but I'm able to hear you clearly. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you, Shananda. Mr. Donovan Handley, are you still on the line with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Chair.
Okay, are you making a note of this request earlier that Peggy had spoken of regarding the an overall navigated open meeting with small businesses? Requested Speaker David.
Yeah, I am making note of that, sir.
Okay, thank you. With that, also, are there any I guess difficulties on the call to this morning, Donovan?
I am looking into that, but I don't see anything. Everything looks to be working just fine. I'll go ahead and connect with with Delegate Begay.
Thank you. With that, back to the main motion on the agenda. Is there any further questions, comments on the main motion? Then I will call for the question to accept the agenda as read. Ramona, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Chairman.
Shanda, Delegate Yellow here.
Is that possible to suspend the floor rules if I'm the right orders to discuss the legislation 0093-22 be the first discussion? You got out here, suspend the floor rules since there's only one. Looks like it's going to be fast. Green will be in no time. If not, just
Shanda, Delegate Yellow here. Under new business, there's two legislations. 93 and 0024.
Okay,
So if you want to make a motion for amendment, the floor is still
Diga.
open. If you
I'll
want to make an
motion
amendment to
to
your
the-
legislations first. Shanada, ulit only.
I'll motion to tele
Oh,
phone. Yeah, I think it'll be better off the two first to hear it on the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Kushina, Shanada, the motion for amendment number 1, Shanada Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, to move legislations 0093-22 and 0024-22 under new business as a first order of business on the agenda. Then after that, we'll hear the reports. But I motion the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Delegate Amber Knaspach Crotty. So with that, we do have a motion and a second. Amendment number 1. Is there any questions, comments on amendment number 1? I'll call for the question. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote for amendment number 1.
Yes, Chairman, amendment number 1, Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspach Crotty, how do you vote?
Shannon, this is Delegate Amber Knaspach Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Knaspach Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Shikela, thank you for your roll call vote. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. So with that, amendment number 1 passes. So with this, back to the main motion. Any further questions, comments on the main motion? We do have 1 amendment, which is to hear legislations under 7A and B first, and then after that, we'll move to the reports. So with that, Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote on the main motion.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspach Crotty, how do you vote?
Shannon, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Knaspach Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Chair Henio.
Okay, Peggy.
Thank you. Elmer by text voted on the amendment green, but then he didn't vote for the main motion.
I could share that with that. We'll make for the record, Delegate Elmer P. Begay voted green on amendment number 1. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative for amendment number 1 and 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. And amendment number 1, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
No, Ramona. Amendment number 1 should be 4 in favor, since Peggy reported that. Delegate Elmer P. Begay voted green on amendment number 1, but not on the main motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. So for amendment number 1, there's 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and 1 member excused. So for the main motion, there's 3 members in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ramona, for making that correction. So let's move forward. We do have our agenda before us, accepted by the committee. So with that, we do have the next item on our agenda is journals. And we do have 2 journals, and they were emailed to us April 26, 2022 and May 3rd, 2022. So with that, is there a motion to accept the journals?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, motion by Shinada, Delegate Amber Knessbach Crotty. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So we do have a motion second on the floor. Are there any questions, comments on the journals? I'll call for the question to accept journals for April 26, 2022 and May 3rd, 2022. With that, Ramona, roll call vote.
Chairman, roll call vote on adopting the journals. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knessbach Crotty, how do you vote?
Senate Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Knessbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting, 1 member excused. Chairman?
Okay, now 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have accepted our journals. Delegate Elmer P. Begay for joining us this morning. Let's move forward. New business 7A, legislation 0093-22. With that, Delegate Odoso Che is on the line with us. So with that, Peggy, if you read the legislation into the record for us, please.
Okay, this is a proposed standing committee resolution, and Budget and Finance Committee has final authority on this. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Otto So. Sponsor tracking number 0093-22, an act relating to the Nabikiatit Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, approving the fund management plan for the Dene Relocating Fund. The attachments that are referenced in the legislation are there. And then the Nabikiatit Committee report indicates that it was passed and referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. The vote tally sheet is also attached. And there were no comments from the Internet Public Review Summary, Chair.
Thank you for that reading. Is there a motion, Budget and Finance Committee?
Delegate Yellowhair motion.
My motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Second.
Second by Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. We do have a motion and second on the floor. This Delegate Odoso Che, on your legislation.
Do you guys hear me?
Oh, did so.
Yeah, did auto so in here. Auto the behas ani kon faniati so pa Bayati legislation 0093-22 is on the Budget and Finance Committee agenda today. This legislation is the fund management plan for the relocated trust fund. This fund management plan is here, that is in place, and that an enabling legislation has been put in place to authorize the trust fund. And right now we are approving moving forth the fund management plan. The fund management plan of the relocated trust fund applies to funds that are generated from the Arizona Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. This settlement act entails of money that is generated, such as off of the Twin Arrow lease payment, monies that are generated off of the city of Page. We have property in the city of Page for audit Ando Indot property. These monies that are generated come to the Navajo Nation, and these dollars are to benefit the relocatees, individuals who were directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Alcohol did a fund management plan. Alcohol did the fund management plan outlines that they're gonna apply to housing. There's gonna be money, a line item set up for housing, another item set up for education. The other line item is set up for infrastructure. The other line item is set up for reinvestment. And the other line item is set up for by percentage ratio. The final one is the administration cost. Once this fund management plan is in place, individuals who are beneficiaries will be able to apply for these services. And that's where the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office will be able to get applications out and start working with the general public on who were affected by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Alcohol did the Diego be a hot abe be nahot it. Alcohol did the has ani das is so the aid we are approving a fund management plan for the usage to those line items that are listed on the fund management plan to benefit the relocatee, to benefit individuals who are listed on there that were directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Alcohol, alcohol, we have to get these dollars out to the to those individuals who will be applying for these funds that were directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, so that they can go ahead and continue to try to help them out. Alcohol, to get the fund management plan. Off of that, there's an amendment that has to happen. And I believe that the amendment language is there. Miss Laureline Tapahi should have the documents in place, and I just request that someone addresses an amendment there for us, so we could fix the problem there. Chairman.
Delegate Odoso for your presentation. With this amendment, okay, so Budget and Finance Committee, there is a motion and second. Floor is open for questions, comments. Trey, Delegate Odoso, if you mute your phone. Okay, so now Budget and Finance Committee, floor is open. Any questions, comments?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crowdy with a question.
Shinanda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am looking at this legislation, and on May 12th, Nabakia brought it back to the committee. Is that for the amendment that Chair Ottoso is referring to? I would need some guidance. I reviewed the legislation, the 40 pages, so I would just need to know if there was an amendment sent to the committee or how we could move forward. Thank you, Chair.
For the questions, and with that, Mr. Pahi, the status of the amendment.
I'm about to email that to you if I can have 1 minute, Mr. Chair.
Kushina, thank you for that. It'll be forthcoming. So the Budget and Finance Committee. With that, are there any other questions, comments before we get to the amendment?
I'll ask the question while we're waiting.
Kushina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. So with this fund management plan, can you just describe how the relocatees were part of the process? Was there like public hearings, or how are they now going to be aware that there is types of resources available? And how can this committee or this council support the work of the Navajo Hopi subcommittee in making sure that correct information is provided? And my last question would be, if these derive from federal funds, every different parts of the nation have very unique experiences, and so will this funding provide any type of conflict, like be determined that there's like a duplication of service? So if you could just answer that question while we wait for the amendment, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Delegate Odoso, Che, response?
Oh, you hear me? Okay. Good question, Shanant. Madam Chair. So the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act has a New Mexico portion of the Settlement Act and the Arizona portion of the Settlement Act. Lands that were acquired and put into trust utilizing the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, such as Twin Arrows and business site leases that are granted on lands acquired by under the Land Settlement Act. There's funds that are that we collect, such as business site lease fees from the casino, from that development, and the Twin Arrow gas station, and INDOT, the Department of Transportation, they utilize that land, the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, to put land into trust, and that's how they were able to build INDOT. So these entities pay a annual lease fee to a fund which is called the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. These business site leases were put in place many years ago, and they've been collecting and peso hashined not nid. So this is how a lot of the funding is coming about. And once this fund management plan is granted, the individuals that are directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, and I go back to beneficiaries. So inside the Arizona Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act on Arizona portion has certain beneficiaries, and those are the individuals who will be able to benefit from this fund. The Office of Navajo Hopi Land Commission office will be able to apply, have applications available for those individuals who apply, and they will be doing the screening process. Also, this fund has been publicized already, and many people know about this fund, but they've just been waiting and waiting for the Navajo Hopi Land Commission to try to get this to take care of this matter in this fashion. For many years, the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, or the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, was working on this, but there is issues pertaining to the matter, and right now they have funds that can join in inside the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. The Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund is a whole different type of trust fund that's set up, and it has a different type of beneficiary. That's the reason why we really haven't spent any dollars, because we don't want to conjoin and utilize the never relocated trust fund money, vice versa. These funds are supposed to be separate. And the reason why I say that again is because there's different beneficiaries, and the public education is out there. Many relocatees, individuals impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, constantly call the Land Commission office relating to when will these funds be available to be dispersed. So this fund will benefit the relocatee, the person that was enumerated or certified with a relocation program. The other is NDOT, or correction, Navajo Hopi Land, Navajo partition land, individuals impacted by that. The other is Nahatatli, the people who relocated out to Sanders, new lands. Those are beneficiaries under the relocated trust fund. But under the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, there's different beneficiaries listed for that. And we don't want to mix it up, because someday somebody may say, you utilize my money. We've been with this land commission, the 24th Navajo Hopi Land Commission, under the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We had to sort through the spaghetti noodles in order to take care of this matter, because once the funds are available, people will be able to start to apply. A lot of them, their homes, they want to do minor home renovation, maybe a roofing replacement, and so forth. It's not gonna provide, $10,000 or something like that. It's gonna probably provide maybe about $3,000 per family, or to the individual who was relocated. That will be determined through the application process. But right now, to identify that a certain amount of money is in place and will be put into these line items for housing, infrastructure, education, and reinvestment, and the other is for administration costs to administer the application process and processing of the of payments. We have relocatees that relocated all over the Navajo Nation. Every councilman, every 20 member of the Navajo Nation Council has a relocatee or someone who was directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. And this is codified in the federal law, indicating that any revenues made off of the land put into trust, these dollars will benefit those those beneficiaries that are listed within the Arizona Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Like just another example, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has purchased the property of the there in Flagstaff at the Horseman Lodge. They are utilizing the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act to put in that land into trust. That lease agreement there, whatever revenue is made off of there will go into this trust fund, and it will benefit the relocatee and those individuals that are beneficiary on the Arizona portion of the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. I appreciate the comment or the question, Madam Chair or Madam Chair Crotty. Yeah.
Also for your response to the question. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. I believe we did get our amendment. I've seen that part of the email coming in. So floor is open for any type of discussion amendments. Budget and Finance Committee.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Now you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have the amendment. I would just need clarification on in terms of striking. So on number 2, it's striking or deleting Navajo Nation hereby approved and has inserted has reviewed. Before I'm asking the question before I motion the amendment. I need to understand the reason for that language change. That's important. And I don't know if that's an O'Neill issue. And in reading the new Exhibit 3, before I make the motion, why wouldn't we allow this to just be distributed per the individuals that are eligible for this funding? We spend a lot of time as a nation asking for quotes. I mean, look what we do to the veterans. So I would just want to know why that's considered an ineligible expenditure. I'm not sure if there's, in the appropriation law, if there's some law that does not allow that, but I just think it's a lot of red tape when we just, if we could set up a system to process who's eligible and then push out that funding so that they can use it for the benefit of relocation beneficiaries. Chair, I just have that question. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question. Mr. Pahi?
I would like to defer to Ms. Eastman at DOJ. She's been working with O'Neill and the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation. And I think she can better answer these questions. She's been involved with these matters, if she could.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Back to Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Ms. Eastman.
Yes, thank you. To respond to Honorable Delegate Crotty's questions, Delegate So and I and Deputy AG Kim Dutcher and Robert Black and I had a meeting with O'Neill on May 11th in Flagstaff, in which O'Neill wanted to make sure that O'Neill had, they requested that we put language in the fund management plan providing that O'Neill has concurring authority on the expenditures from the fund management plan from the Dene Relocatee Fund. And that's why the amendment has been made to accommodate O'Neill's request to be added as a concurring authority for expenditures under the fund management plan. Once the BFC approves the fund management plan, I will be working with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office and the Navajo Hopi Commission to develop an administration manual, also with the concurrence of ONER, to outline the process for relocation beneficiaries to apply for funding under the Dene Relocate Fund Management Plan for the 3 categories of funding priorities that the Navajo Hopi Commission listed in its original Dene Relocate Fund policy in January 2019. Those 3 categories of priorities are housing, infrastructure, and education. And with remaining amounts to be allocated to the Navajo Hopi Commission Office for administration of the fund management plan and reinvestment of revenues back into the plan. The Navajo Hopi Commission Office will be the office with the primary responsibility of carrying out the fund management plan, developing an application, deciding on eligibility, and developing the manual, which defines what the money can be spent for and who can apply for funds. And that will be developed after the fund management plan is approved. Also, the Navajo Hopi Land Commission will likely amend their January 2019 resolution so that it's consistent with the Dene Relocate Fund enabling legislation and fund management plan, since the original Dene Relocate Fund, as approved in its resolution from January 2019, now that we have this Dene Relocate Fund legislation, that 2019 resolution will have to be updated to be consistent with the enabling legislation and fund management plan. If you have any additional questions about what I just said, please let me know.
Chairman, this is Otto So too.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Eastman, for the response to the question. Shananda, Chairman Oduso.
Yes, and also, Madam Chair, Crowdy, see there, it is in the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act that ONER has to finish out the duties and the responsibility in what the act has authorized them to do. So inside the act, it talks about revenue generating. Any revenues generated utilizing the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act has to be solely used for those certain beneficiaries, and ONER is a component to make sure that those funds are used correctly and distribute or applied for directly by the individuals that were directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. And then remember, I spoke about 2 sides of the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. There's the Arizona portion and the New Mexico portion. The New Mexico portion has about 5 or 6 beneficiaries, and that's tied to our coal seam. The coal seam up in Padres Mesa, or correction, Paragon Ranch. So that's a whole different animal over there. But there's different beneficiaries, and ONER has to make sure that these dollars are utilized and granted to the individuals that are solely the beneficiary. And that's the reason why they're part of the component on this as concurrent. And then at the same time, there are our concurrent on all the business site lease activities that happen on lands taken into trust utilizing the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act.
I guess you get
Chairman,
Delegate Odoso for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yeller here.
Shanita, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Stella. Thank you, Stella. All photo on the Shemaya, Madam Crowdy, for your questions. This is legislation I support 100% because it's mainly for accountability, and that my brother talks about it. The qualification, the intent for this program of federal funds has to be used in the proper order related to federal funding operations for relocating. Biga, Junior, funding Soji, because of that, thank you, Claudia, for your questions too. This one is supported 100%. So yes, we talk about it anyway. I thought by you today, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, Commissioner, we already discussed this. This is going to be coming forth. So it's happening today. One to the yes, to the chairman.
Delegate Jimmy O here. With this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Although there was a response to the questions, Delegate Amber Karate, you have the floor again for a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. I appreciate the response in understanding O'Neill's part and the amendment to the language. I would like to get some insight on why the fund in the ineligible expenditures, that the fund is not eligible to be distributed per capital payments. I'm speaking for the relocatees, eligible individuals. We spend a lot of time as a nation asking for quotes. There's so much busy time that it takes more money. We spend more money administrating these dollars than giving direct funding. And an example is the veterans. They also can just get a direct payment, an annual payment, and be done with it. But for some reason, we want to know everything about what a person is going to do. And so I just wanted to know if that is not eligible either through federal code or Navajo Nation code. And was then that just from public comment? There was agreement not to distribute. And the second question that I didn't ask was, it looks like a proposed budget will be part of the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. As a committee, should we expect to see that budget, if approved, for this upcoming fiscal year? Thank you, Chair.
For your question. Back to Che. Delegate Odoso, and maybe possibly to your agent, Ms. Eastman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. And Madam Chair, these dollars pertaining to the Navajo, the Net Relocated Trust Fund, they have been piling up, especially for so many years. And now, since you're talking about direct payments and so forth, it was a discussion among the Navajo Hopi Land Commissioners to develop, as the fund management plan was discussed, and it talked about where the monies could be utilized, such as housing and infrastructure. And these monies will be able to be applied for, and as long as the individual has been part of the enumeration, they shouldn't have a problem applying for these monies. Meaning that if a person wants monies for housing renovation, they will go through the application process pertaining to the housing renovation and getting information together through the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office. And that way, when an audit if an audit happens from the federal government, or the federal government inquires on how the monies have been utilized, we have documentation on how the monies have been utilized pertaining to the Denver Relocated Trust Fund. The other is one area that I didn't expand on was that Budget and Finance Committee is the final authority of the fund management plan. So that's the reason why this legislation went to Navajo first, and then it came back to now as Budget Finance Committee as the final authority. And then this fund management plan also, it's going to directly only help the people, again, that were directly affected or who were enumerated or certified through the Navajo Hopi Land Commission or through the Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation Program. Because there's people that relocated on Navajo off the reservation. There's some relocatees that move, like to Albuquerque, Flagstaff. These funds will directly, they will benefit from it. And even now, as you were talking about the oversight on how come we're just not giving it to them. Again, it's just a reporting mechanism. If one day if the federal government asks, how have you been utilizing these dollars that has been generated off of the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act? For instance, our properties that are generating money, these monies on the Arizona portion will go into that fund. So we don't want to commingle it with the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. We want to keep it separate so that we identify that there's two different beneficiaries. If I missed some on your question, Madam Chair, could you just pose your question? Thank you.
If I may also address the question of Honorable Cardi.
Yes, you may, please. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you. As far as I know, from my knowledge of the 1974 Navajo Hopi Settlement Act, does not authorize per capita payments. What the 1974 federal law authorized the federal agency known as the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation to carry out the relocation of Navajos who resided on the HPL as of December 22nd, 1974. O'Neill has never been authorized to give out per capita payments either. Their mandate was to carry out the relocation and to provide relocation assistance benefits to those who could show that they were eligible, that they resided on Navajo, that if they were Navajo, they resided on HPL. So because the federal law does not authorize per capita payments, I don't think that would be something that the Navajo Nation could do. And especially with O'Neill as a concurring authority, it's probably not something that O'Neill would agree to do. So that's why it's being done in this way, because the Dene Relocatee Fund is going to benefit those people who were certified for relocation home benefits, received homes, and need housing repairs, need infrastructure, or need education assistance. And that's why it's being structured that way. And by the way, in addition to those Navajo citizens who receive relocation benefits, the Dene Relocatee Fund can also benefit Navajos who sign accommodation agreement leases with the Hopi tribe, because they would also be eligible because they lived on HPL as of December 22nd, 1974. Navajos who sign accommodation agreement leases with the Hopi tribe could also be eligible to receive assistance under the Dene Relocatee Fund. Those commissioners who sit on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission who have AA signers within as their constituents, they can educate them that AA signers can also apply for these benefits once the program is developed by the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office. And as far as the whether the budget would be presented for the FY 2023, I would think yes. I don't know if Robert Black is on this call, but if the Budget and Finance Committee approves the fund management plan, an account will have to be set up within the controller's office, and the Land Commission office, as the office that will have primary administrative and management authority for the fund management plan, will have to manage the budget. Budget forms will have to be developed for that purpose, with the idea that to develop for the fiscal year 2023. But I would defer to maybe the Land Commission or the Land Commission office on how that would work, whether the fund management plan would be ready to develop a budget for the coming fiscal year for the expenditures. Thank you.
Chairman, also.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Eastman, for that response to the question. Before I go back to the committee, Chairman Oduso.
Yes, the other thing too is the Office of Navajo Hopi or Navajo Hopi Land Commission office has already worked on developing a lot of the administrative functions and the administrative duties, their policy. They're developing it. They're developing the application process. So once this fund management plan goes into place, the Land Commission will be able to start working with the Land Commission office to go ahead and finish up that process, because they did so much work already on this, and we're trying to fast track a lot of these monies to get out, because again, it's just been sitting there. And this commission, I really commend the current commissioners, because we worked on this very hard to try to get to this far. And there was many issues that we had to sort through, and working with our lobbyists and working with O'Neill to try to get to some sort of an agreement and getting to understand each other on pertaining to this matter. So I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you.
Chairman Oduso, Hopi Land Commission. With that, moving back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments? The floor is on the main motion. Are there any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept this legislation.
Chairman Henyo, there's an amendment.
Yes, it's up to the committee if they wish to entertain the amendment. And it's been emailed to the committee.
Yes, I'll motion the amendment, Chair. Thank you.
Motion by Shinanta, Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty for amendment number 1. And that's it's been, Peggy, if you would read the amendment into the record for us, please.
Okay, the amendment to legislation number 0093-22. 1, on page 3 at line 14, insert a letter A before, quote, the Navajo Nation, end quote. 2, on page 3 at line 14, after the Navajo Nation, delete hereby approves and insert new language has reviewed. 3, on page 3 at line 17, insert a new paragraph B as follows. B, this is all new language. The Navajo Nation has received and considered certain amendments to the Fund Management Plan, parentheses, sub Exhibit A in parentheses, that has been approved by the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and the chairman of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. The Navajo Nation hereby approves said amendments as shown in the amended version of the Fund Management Plan attached as Exhibit 3, and hereby approves Exhibit 3 as the final fund management plan for the Diné Relocating Fund. For insert the quote, fund management plan for the Diné Relocating Fund, end quote, dated 2022-05-26 as new Exhibit 3. 5, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee amendments, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Chair.
For that reading. So we do have a motion on the floor for amendment number 1. Is there a second? Is there a second? There's a motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second? There's a second going once. Is there a second going twice for amendment number 1?
Delegate Yellowhair. Second.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So we do have a motion and a second. So with that, any questions, comments on amendment number 1? Yeah. I'll call for the question on amendment number 1. Ramona, lead us a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Mark-Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Carty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Mark-Carty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, 1 member not voting, 1 member excused, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Agashina, thank you for that roll call vote. Motion carries. 2 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. With that, amendment number 1 is now part of the legislation. With that, back to the main motion. Any further questions, comments on the main motion? If there are no further questions, comments on the main motion. Peggy's second reading, and then we'll go to the vote.
Excuse me, I was sitting there reading to myself. Amendment to legislation number 0093-22, One, on page 3 at line 14, insert a letter A before the Navajo Nation. 2, on page 3 at line 14, after the Navajo Nation, delete hereby approves and insert new language has reviewed. 3, on page 3 at line 17, insert a new paragraph B as follows. B, the Navajo Nation has received and considered certain amendments to the fund management plan sub-exhibit A that has been approved by the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and the chairman of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. The Navajo Nation hereby approves said amendments as shown in the amended version of the fund management plan attached as Exhibit 3, and hereby approves Exhibit 3 as the final fund management plan for the Diné Relocating Fund. 4, insert the fund management plan for the Diné Relocating Fund dated 2022-05-26 as new Exhibit 3. Chair Henio.
Kayla, thank you for that second reading. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman Henio, roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Jamiel Hare, how do you vote? Honorable Jamiel Hare, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines-Bakadi, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellow Hair, vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamiel Hare votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Bakadi, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Bakadi, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I apologize, Shade. I'm having some technical issues on my end. This is Delegate Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kines-Bakadi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown? Chairman Hingo, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, 1 member excused, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kayla, thank you for the roll call vote. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We do have a do pass on legislation 0093-22. Che, Delegate Odoso, Kayla.
Chairman, can I just say one thing?
Real quickly, we need to move to the next legislation.
I appreciate the commission or the Budget Finance Committee voting affirmative on this legislation, and you are going to really help the individuals who are directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. So this is so ahanitzen and that then peso coordinate so a da sin so bit and that is ipe ben not ado a in that is lado let a beniga could be has only ben niya I can't national
Che. Delegate Odoso, Chairman. With that, let's move forward to the next legislation, 0024-22. Che, Delegate Kealan Begay Jr., are you still on the line? Delegate Kealan Begay Jr., Shananda. Kealan Shananda, Delegate Kealan Begay Jr., first call. Shananda, Delegate Kealan Begay Jr., second call. Shananda, Delegate Kealan Begay Jr., third call. Okay, with that, we do have a co-sponsor, Shananda, Delegate Amber Kines-Bakadi. She is on the line with us. So with that, let's move forward to the reading. Peggy, if you read legislation 0024-22 to the record.
Okay, can everybody hear me? This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee. That's Human Health, Education and Human Services Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Law and Order, thence Navajo Committee, then the Council. And it's introduced by Key Allen Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Carl Slater, and then Ember Kenneth Crotty. So it's proposed council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, tracking number 0024-22, an action relating to the Resources and Development, Health, Education and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Navajo Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NSC Section 1176 to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo veterans organizations. The legislation has on Title 12 Fiscal Matters, Chapter 8, Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund. This is on page 4. Section 1176 is where the amended language starts. And I'm just referring to it. And then the Internet Public Review documents are there. The first report has 3 comments supporting, 1 comment opposing, and then 1 comment with recommendations that's attached. The Northern Navajo Veterans Organization has a resolution that's attached, as well as the second report shows one more comment supporting the legislation. And then the third report has an Eastern Navajo Veterans Agency resolution as well. The fourth report has comments and recommendations from the Nashchidi Community Governance Veterans Organization. And there's a resolution that's attached. Then the fifth report has a comment, 1 more comment supporting this with a Nazlini chapter resolution. The Resources and Development Committee has a do pass with no amendments with a vote tally sheet. The Internet Public Review document, the 6th report, has a Fort Defiance Agency Veterans Organization resolution. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee has a do pass with no amendment and a vote tally sheet. Chair Helio, that concludes the reading.
Thank you for that reading. And with that, is there a motion for legislation 0024-22?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. With this, I don't know, it's Che. Delegate Keelan Begay Jr., have you gone back, joined us on the call again?
Che, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Che. Floor is yours for introducing legislation to the committee.
Okay, I can't have this last Che. I'm not sure what's going on, but I try to keep press unmute, but I had to call back in. Anyway, I can't have house and I understand brother Mr. Begay, Elmer Begay, and Mr. Yellowhair quite on this legislation. Ado Kodo Shaman Linigi, Ms. Crotty, and Mr. Slater are the co-sponsor of this legislation as well. Kodo be Nichetish Atiki Dida Shanant Anna Linigi legislation 24-22. PowerPoint presentation, but that PowerPoint presentation encompasses all the three legislation that I'm pushing forward: 21-22, 22-22, and then 24-22. If you just go to slide 11, 8A, it's just one legislation again. But if you want to study and review the next, because this three legislation will go before Navajo committee and to the full council, and I'm hoping to get this on to the summer session agenda. This will give you a heads up on what those legislation changes is in reference. This legislation has been in the process for September, October, November of last year. Last year, though, even requesting this legislation took a while, and I'm still waiting on the last one, recognizing the local veterans organization with a plan of operation. Legislation finalized just for your information. But this particular policy, all three of them, let me just do a general overview on it. For your information, before even developing it with the current Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. 2 or 3 times I should lead now. That will introduce it now. Ado kodo introduce Elia the stand when it got onto the plan of on the public statement, public view. Kodo post Elia the stand. I've been meeting with again the Navajo Nation Advisory Council. You know that you've probably heard me discuss this on several radio stations. I did ask the Speaker's office if they could be able to do a press release on this document, but I'm waiting on the fourth one to be done. The current Veteran Advisory Council, they provided their input and recommendation. The legislation I met with several veterans, agency veterans organizations, some local chapter organization, but I believe Western's the only one I've been asking and have not made any effort to propose a day or have they request or to do a presentation before the full agency, but I'm still willing to do that again. All the legislation present the shlagi and doing my best to address it, because for legislation with 110 chapters, I mean, you're talking about almost a year worth of presentations. So like I said, I'm trying to do my best to provide this information through the media for them to have a full understanding. 24-22. I believe that's the only one that's assigned to the Budget and Finance Committee, but it will go. But the rest of them will. I'm sure you'll take part in discussing it at the Navajo Committee and the full Navajo Nation Council. Money, especially the Veterans Trust Fund. How do we, once it's realized, these Veterans Trust Fund, how do we automatically have it be allocated directly into a an account that is established for each of the Navajo Nation local veterans organization at all 110 chapters. I mean, that's the simplest statement about this legislation. Padoya Lindiki Kunela Trust Fund, this legislation, I'm hoping that it will automatically input that dollar amount into each of the 110 chapter local veterans organization. Once it hits these account for each local veterans organization, I mean the purpose is that is in the hand of the local veterans organization, no matter what. There's a purpose of having local veterans organization. So out up in your base of Bob Canahol, a last son, Denigi Cheetos, in Dochios, in Dolly Hatno Benia, up at our Ecuador, deep base on Denigi, Bob Canahol, in Do Papa Patch it Nahapika. A coco. I just want the Budget and Finance Committee to really consider supporting this legislation. Naspitol, Naton, Kisalatson, Diniki, Kwakiyan, Diniki Pan Nadat Aki, Ade, Ashin, through the plan of operation and through their budget process, through the review process. Hot ego dig at Epe Benash, the count the Gijoba established Eliago. I would ego eto pesot ona not just that like right now. I believe, to my understanding, is that all of the agency fund, which are combined, so I don't know, like for example, the Chinle agency, how much of these funding is specifically being utilized by the local veterans organization at each the Chinle agency chapter. Is one benefiting more than the smaller amount of chapters, veterans organization? Based on automatically they know how much money is there. Now, the one thing I'd like to make a recommendation to the Budget and Finance, this fund the account to get established I mean, I know that there's some organizations wants to maybe contribute through certain certain donations or assistance, maybe during any veterans activity that they had asked for funding. I mean, that age could yard and dinky be puppy nutch cocosh. I would ask be papa nets, but to really make an establishment that we don't want to mix the Navajo Nation Trust Fund funding with other maybe some generous donations from companies or other organizations and helping the local veterans organization in their event. But that's one thing that I want to make a recommendation. And then the other one, Nikki, as you know, that some local veterans organization may want to keep these fundings to certain amount for a certain purpose for certain years. A lot of time veterans or these trust funds or a lot of local veterans organizations are being told, especially towards the end of the fiscal year, no, they begin to start spending these funding. But what I hear sometimes is that, okay, could we be able to these fundings be carried over automatically into the next fiscal year? So that way we don't want to be in the position just to deplete the funding at the end of the fiscal year and then start a new one. So I would ego that sto height alla iba establish ilia go baya at listen. That way, this is a true meaning of the local veterans organizations of how they want to utilize the Veterans Trust Fund. So a budget and linki it goes through the review process. But if the veterans chooses to say that, well, yeah, we can use some, but we want to save some. I mean that way that we don't have to go before, they don't have to go before the council requesting for carryovers, but it's an automatic carryovers that this funding stays within the account that was account diniki but hulya do papi need to go 8 item. There's this funding will not be transferred from one account to another account. That will be not allowable, don't they? Because, like I said, a lot of veterans, I believe, organizations, but somehow we want to also manage for certain savings at the same time. But nonetheless, we want to give the ultimate recommendation and input from the local veterans organizations on these particular process. But here, as a council, we just want to establish a lot of these through policy because this is one area that I believe that would really help the local veterans organizations and how they really want to manage their funding, especially towards the end of the year, and especially when the additional funding may be realized from a certain amount. We get some funding, supplemental appropriation. Veterans Trust Fund is Veterans Trust Fund. So when it gets to the chapter level, to the veterans organization, I mean, to me, that's what it's intended for. So I would presentation do if there's any comment question, maybe the legislative council. I know brother Mr. Abeda, I don't know if the EOJs are still on the line, if they have any issues with this particular legislation. But maybe at the Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, I did ask if any of the local veterans, the Veteran Advisory Council will be able to join me to be my agent and extend an invitation to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration as well for this presentation. So again, we do have differences. They have differences, as you've seen through some of the comment statements that were made. But again, the overall general, that's the purpose. What is it? But how do we resolve it? How do we make it better for the Navajo Nation veterans? That's the overall purpose as well for these public statement and public process. Each of our veterans organizations or each of veterans agency may have different positions on certain issues on veterans. It's just not the funding, it's about the benefits, the program, the administrations, and so on. I believe that is very beneficial, will be that establishing by policy, because would be established. That way, if it's just done administratively, possibly that a lot of these fundings, budget account numbers don't have some policy to say that these are based on being bendit apis and the doshin need of an or transfer administratively that go out and so the band certification and anothenigi a call ashit a kodo deed ego kodo yard and linigi legislation linigi kodoshi and he present the slado le Although during that kodo need to let him know if he's still online, Mr. Delegate Arusco. He is the chair of the Navajo Land Commission. You know that there's word out there. There's been some discussion. To veterans Linigi base with in Hagoshi in some areas should know that. I guess those are some areas that we need to assure the veterans that to some extent, even though some funding may be utilized for these projects, but in return, the benefit, the interest and some funding, they're getting hefty, some form of funding back into their account will go out at store. So that maybe that's one thing I think Chairman Chairman Henio Kodo, as a committee, Budget and Finance Committee Chair and the Navajo Land Commission Chair, Notheniki maybe form some type of a statement of the progress, the process of those funding that were utilized for the building, the infrastructure of the gaming facilities. Based on the comparison to where the funding is given back to them, and if this funding is being refunded back into their where this funding has came out. So Joe that Hakishi a Joe Kodon Salaf son Dengi Babishan in Yat and Soban Saskation and Anna Lenigi, but nonetheless, again, the overall justification, the overall purpose of this 24-22 is, I would say, permanently establish an account, separate business unit numbers for each of the 110 veterans organizations for them to utilize it for the appropriations of any funding, especially the Navajo Veterans Trust Fund. Kodobe which onal in ko other thousand ko edo based on diniki which such go transfer the either do which dot ha ni the do which hazard show either. So once it hits that account, it stays in that account for the purpose of the local veterans organization. So but asking kodon presently started last night the Budget and Finance Committee. So with that, I'll stand for question, comment. But again, this is going before the Law and Order Committee, the Budget and Finance, the Navajo Committee, and then to the full council. So with that, I just wanted to have the Budget and Finance Committee consider those. If not, we probably can work on it at the Navajo Committee. So I'm hoping that the Legislative Council has made that notation of my recommendation, Chairman. Thank you. But I don't know if Shemaya, as a co-sponsor, will be able to add anything to it, to this particular legislation. But like I said, I'll stand for questioning, maybe comment, Chairman.
Yeah, Che, for your presentation on legislation 0024-22. So with that, moving forward to the committee, any questions, comments? Okay, hold on just a minute. If there are no questions or comments, I'll call for the question.
Jamie, I just want to thank you for all that you do for
Chairman,
so that one of you leads a roll call vote. Oh, okay, Shanda, hold on. Shanda, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. This pertains to legislation number 0024-22. I do support this. I know we all do support it. Kodo veteran da pihi Atlanta y listed at least 24 councilmen. But the it's a good idea. What our base of not sorry about home even what our separate business unit number many now it is for accountability too. Out of the not in yet of course so what are the kids what are the Osley or Shmayir and Crowdy so non the or slave so yeah I want so that see the other shit of a kiss and it all very not a bit but area kunde very little kittens in it as clean as nessa oh yeah at the bed nash on the she also the has to chairman menu to the yeah
Kashinga National for your comments. Shinada Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
If there are no questions, comments, Ramona, lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, can you roll call vote for the main motion? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair, vote green. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy, how do you vote?
Sorry, this is Delegate Crowdy. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
One question.
Four in favor, 0 opposed, chair not talking when I was on mute here. Delegate Kalen McGee Jr. for your legislation that you put forth before the committee, and it'll move forward to the next committee.
Yeah, Budget and Finance Committee, thank you very much. Have a good day.
With that, we are completed with the legislations, and so therefore let's move forward to back up on the agenda to reports. On the report we have update from the Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance. Ms. Rose Graham, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Yate, members of the committee, thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide a report. And so I am going to share the immediate request that I saw is the budget for the scholarship office. And so the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office has a general funds for the current fiscal year. We have began with $369,086. The balance is now at 198. And then we have the Navajo Nation set aside. And we have also Navajo Nation set aside is $3.5 million, currently expended at 55%. The Graduate Trust Fund is at 53% at the current time. And you can see the balances, as well as the Tucson Electric Scholarship Fund is at $29,768 at 51%. We also have a NECA Trust Fund, which is at, the balance is at $63,982. And then there's the sales tax is also one of our funding. Sales tax is at $1,760,186.
Not showing on there.
It's not showing?
Oh, I don't know. Okay.
I don't know.
It's under share. Okay.
Okay, yeah. And then also there's the Vocational Trust Fund, $116,955, as well as the corporate funds, $1,231,904.16. And then the 638 contract is we received
Ms. Graham, does that complete your presentation?
Chair Helio,
Yes.
I believe that we lost Miss Graham's call.
Okay, let's
Her
hold on a
phone
little
dropped.
bit, and then hopefully she'll come back on.
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you send me that report?
Peggy, if you send the report to the council, 24th Nomination Council, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Chair Helio, I don't have this report that she was going over. All I have is the annual report. I haven't looked at the annual report. I sent that out a few minutes ago, but I'm having technical issues here too. I don't know if it's just the system or what, but did anyone receive the annual report from the Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance? I emailed it out and it was still pending. Outlook is having trouble, it said. Can someone give me feedback on that? Did you receive it, the advisors or the delegates?
Peggy, this is
Peggy,
Lorelei.
this is Delegate Charles Newton. I can see it on my end, but it's not letting me open the email. Like, I mean, I see it in my inbox, but when I try to click on it, it's not letting me open. So I think there is an issue going on with Outlook.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
That's what my system says. I can't open anything either. So perhaps, Chair, we can ask Rose Graham to forward her report that she was going through on those trust funds. And then I will forward that out to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that. Ms. Graham, are you back on the line?
Chairman, Delegate Yellow here.
Hold on, Ms. Graham.
Yes, okay, we're back on.
There you are. Go ahead, finish with your report. And also, if you have copies of your report, would you please send it to Peggy so she could disseminate that to the committee, and nomination council so they could have
Yes.
that for the review.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. I apologize for that. So external funds is the 638 contract. This year is at $13.4 million. The one for 2021 in the prior fiscal year 2021 through 2022, that one is at $639,179.15. This amount is entirely in operations. It's once that amount is expended, it'll be closed. So the current year, 2022 and 23, 638 contract is at $8.8 million, is 66% expended. And you see there are 30 budgeted positions. And for that funding. And then also, we have a $3.5 million shortfall this year. The council gave a piece of the sales tax revenues to another activity. So, and then the revenues are also down. So that is the biggest impact. Now, you may have seen our annual report, 2021 annual report in the Navajo Times. We sent that out a couple of weeks ago, and we try to do that every year. And some years we haven't, and we've had to give, just put it on our website. So basically, the overall, and I'll show you some parts of it where, did it go out again?
We can see it.
Okay, they can see.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So and this is data from the annual report that was just issued. In 2021, 11,924 students or applications were filed, which is a decrease from 2020, which was at 13,226 applications. And of the 11,924, 5,554 students were awarded. And 47% are those students, and then 6,376 applications were denied. And in 2020, you see that we funded 50% of the applications. And we've gone up to 51% of the applications that come in that get funded. That's been pretty much our average. So many students do get turned away. And we had a lot of students who qualify under various categories, but this is specifically from the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office. And we can, and this is also the average, $23.2 million awarded in 2021. That's pretty much the average. The majority of the green part, $9.7 million, is in federal funds. Now, federal funds are entirely for undergraduate studies, as well as vocational education. And then the Navajo Nation contributes significant amount to the scholarship office through the scholarship program, through trust funds and Navajo Nation general funds, and as well as set-asides. Now, the corporate funds are when the Navajo Nation enters into a lease with for natural resources. They usually ask for some funding to go into scholarship. That's what that is. And in our 2021 report, we also reported that the degrees that students work on, what they seek, in the undergraduate category, 21% are associate degrees, 74% are bachelor degrees, and 3% are certificates, and 2% are undeclared. In the graduate category, doctoral programs have 27%, master degrees at 71%, 1% are in degrees, and 1% is undeclared. And we also have a category in denials, the 6,376 denials. And majority of the students, the files have missing documents or missed a deadline. Those are at 88%. And then the different categories are withdrawals and failure to repay, not admitted into a degree programs at 3%. Maximum number of terms exceeded, 10 terms is the rule. But if a student has completed, have exceeded their allowable terms for funding, and they're a senior and they appeal, 99.9% that if that's the only reason, then they get overturned. Then there's a disqualification at 2%. Because we don't have a lot of money, the rule is that they pursue one degree or one degree, and it's got to be progressive. They can't be pursuing another AA or BA and etc. And then default status. We currently, we have been working for a while with, and the prior council in the last term, no, the beginning of this term, based on President Nez, a $50 million of CIHSN funding was proposed for scholarship and it did not succeed. So we're working on another proposal with delegates later to get another attempt to access some of the citizen funds. That's my report, and I can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Ms. Graham, does that complete your presentation? Ms. Graham, are you still there?
Yeah. Did somebody ask a question?
No. Does that complete your presentation? Are you still?
Yes, that completes my presentation.
Christina, thank you. With that, with Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Shinanta. Is there a second?
I'll second Delegate Brown.
Okay. Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Gay. Second. So we do have a motion and a second. Floor is open for questions for Navajo Nation Scholarship Office.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Gay.
Christine Shinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and then Delegate Elmer P. Gay after that. Shinanta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Rose Graham here for the report in Lai in reference to a Navajo Nation scholarship and also financial assistance. My request has already been talked about earlier. I need those worksheets, the one they pertains to education and budgets itself, and the worksheet itself. AA submission and so on so speed. Other than Queen Labitrin advisory taking okay. So yeah. Thank you, Chairman.
Christine Shinanta. Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Gay, you have the floor.
Yeah, to the other members of the Budget Finance Committee, other than Ms. Rose Graham from Navajo Scholarship Office. I know you went through that. I thought that you gave us some reports on it, but under the Navajo Nation Scholarship, I think there's another part of it. I didn't hear that. The Navajo traditional practitioner apprenticeship. Do you think you can give us a report of how many, how much funding is there that's the balance, and then also can you give us who's all the that apprenticeship? See how far are they at? Who goes out there and maybe evaluates these apprentices, see if they're improving or how they add that. So can you give us that kind of report? Is it indicated of the Chair? Thank you.
I'll get Elmer P. Gay. Your question back to our presenter, Ms. Rose Graham. Response?
Yes. Thank you for the floor again, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Delegate Gay. The Navajo Nation Scholarship Office does not administer the apprenticeship program. The Office of Standards, Curriculum, and Assessment they administer, that used to be the Navajo Language and Culture Program, and they have a new name. So they administer the Medicine Man Apprenticeship Program. What initially happened was the Vocational Trust Fund is what was the apprenticeship program was given some of the Vocational Trust Fund budget. So that amount is split between the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office's vocational program and then the Office of Standards, Curriculum, and Assessment. They submit their own budget for their piece of the Vocational Trust Fund. That's the source of the funding. So I can let them know that the committee is interested in such a report, but that's not administered by the Scholarship Office.
Thank you, Ms. For your response. Also, did you send the information to Ms. Nakai regarding your handouts or your presentation?
I did. I just emailed it, the budget sheet that I showed.
Okay.
And I sent her a copy of the annual report. I believe earlier in the week. I can also send her a copy of the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graham. Shanada Delegate Honorary PBG, you have the floor.
Okay, so yeah, none of around the Rose Graham and Shady Nasir Bahusle, College in Bassin, Fitness in the City, last two the Synodic, but I don't know the any kind of the end for scholarship. Yeah. So okay, has angry there, although the chair and maybe Chair Ware Peggy, you think we could put that on the next agenda, enough to have a complete budget and maybe the balance and the expenditure, and then also these are all the apprenticeship listing, and because right now here now it's me or you. هذا طبعا خمس سنين ده ده يا ده هم ده أو هذا أنا هذا شيء هو هذا إيه نهته ده هذا بيزنس كذي بيزنس ده نيجي ده أيوة شيء ده ده هم أساسا we have at least 3 هذا ده they're getting the age okay I thought the with this past 2 years so I thought complete خالص لا ناسك ده خشن قاعد فأوتاز لي هذا دخل خاصة أروح إيشو يمشي ده بس نعنده ده COVID يو ده positive أظن خاطر لكن من ساكس زندگی تو هجوت يا مش فيش سنة هذا ده سبي فو إيه بي نه لا أدوتين على بي نه سبي هذا أيضا إن ده إذا ده سينا جدان لكم. So how do we do that? The previous year about the response on the data here. How did that do this level? So where's the trust fund? So then there's a Navajo traditional practitioner apprenticeship programs. Okay, look at are they to hit that? How do we go about it? Maybe additional how did there's some others that knows a little about it. That have gone up the dog. Look at that is that how you got these. So I think there's a chance about not losing complete ceremonies. Or the that or that hitting not. Or the that the what you need to that. I get out though. All about one just Casey echo. That happens and here now the vows in the be hit assessment. Even now, so I think it would be very important to have a complete maybe the request from this program. Although by at least keep so to put it on the agenda. Should say Helio. Thank you.
Negotiating here, National Delegate Elmer PVG. Ms. Graham, response?
Yeah. Delegate Begay, and apologies for not giving my proper introduction. She kia anin shnido tzedeshkizhni bashishchin ya totsohnido bitahnido hashlishni. Those are some of the related clans. Aro tapaha e bashishchin chiche that edo todichini e dashinale kota ya asanin shne aro nta nanisht ejo tapaha dinid ishin chiche shin linko hya chiche aro hya e bayan shkigito ela Medicine Man Association, that's young, but but I will let my colleague know that there and my supervisors that they report what kid gito ado ishi kwa bishishin tahotosne kahoshin patapigata. Yeah.
Chair, and you?
Christian, thank you, Ms. Begay, for that response. Dr. Begay, if you have a response, you have the floor.
This is Dr. Begay from Doty, Superintendent. I can share a little bit of information, even not the traditional apprenticeship program, Doty because anigi kodi touchini. It's not this touchini naslanda hitchine ado. Kodachini bashin look at the shade or not kite in the national. The best is in it, the Casatella and Nache. The Pine Spring Hot, your kid hut in the Ashley. Though a change, no addition, question the Naya. Nalikan Hitsoka at Sositters. We have 7 grandchildren, 4 adult children now, young adults, and I introduced myself in Navajo clanship. Just a very brief update. Triat Equa, Manado, Kitty Adich, not Anos, and not Ani. But here, the Dahitla, additionally, at the way, the more years Saturday in the radio. A kind of nashwa, the Dahitla, to a lashman, the kind of way, across 89, the Western Agency. It wasn't a bear, was there? Bahaski got a basiki. Kodi any Now, Kinder is that's 2 months ago. So, and then you can see that they were hired. He was hired, Mr. Martin, Daniel Martin, with Doty, with the Office of Standard Curriculum Assessment, although the Navajo apprenticeship, the Oyo begin their state na hadlong to bahatis just in the Aninatisness I started in January 2022 here. So going on to my 5th or 6th month with Doty. Ko a hojo the need be yeah, the no bondate. And so with Mr. Martin, Daniel Martin, and others, the Medicine Association out on Dasaki elsewhere. Highlight ako hada do ni so wala ba ani do na pohalia da huitla o te sila da sa ha jo sa ye huitka sa te ande ni na gai ye biche go da jonja ba ho agi sa te ande ni hende ni de pohalia wala ba we can offer, give an update status as soon as possible on this. So, I'm glad I've been out of Kiba here and Sago was a baby here. Oh, yeah, when so the Benados Kidgi Eben, his chance left all it. Occasion and Honorable Henu and other members of our honorable committees and Dr.
Dr. Begay for your response. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments? Budget and Finance.
Dr. Begay again.
No, don't get big. I'm repeat Begay. Do you have the floor?
Mrs. Graham, Situin data for other for each day, and nothing that is working this. Yet, other Dr. Brigade or Hatsi or either Kahado. No, she that for each English. I think on this case, what's the issues today? So I know that I knew what it's been like that. So I've been working at the president's office before my delegate for ETON. That was my work. The Minchi and Mijoni Ajipasindasi. He gave us a lot of good reports. So we're trying to start establishing restructuring some of these case study generally I know this the directors if they don't have the heart for it or the if they don't have that belief in how long they need to have that what's on that data. This is a risk. Yeah, now we might not know, but what I hold the city that not how to sit on that and like a day. The Banahot in that around the base and then they handed the warehouse in something. Some other departments today, we straighten that back up. So, but just I think we need to maybe the issues with the concerns that you guys have, and then including the recommendations that I really admire a coffee and then you on the here. That is now abundant incentive happen. So I try to go around all of them. Understand that it's nothing the hasada. I take some of these PPE. You know, which is on us to start taking this. You heard that here. So I think 80 $10. That's what I would like to hear that. Then we should start if we need some more money. If your department or somebody from your office can look into this program, see if ARPA money is eligible for this program. certain gender that maybe we could talk about it. Maybe how that maybe to do some research. I just think that these assets have not gone. I just that is just able to these assets. And so that Chair Henry, thank you.
Nagkashinch na da. Okay, I'm gay. So the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any further questions on scholarships?
I follow up my chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair. I thought about how I'd like to request for the record that make sure that those documents pertains to accounting worksheet, finance, and all that budget balance. We need forward from the Ms. Rose Graham. Rose, thank you for your report. Yeah, Lana Hahid on the judicial land. Yeah, Chairman.
Delegate Jamil here. Any further questions, comments, Budget and Finance Committee? I'll defer back to Ms. Graham for response.
Members of the committee again. And thank you very much for this opportunity. I will forward the information that you need, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. And yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graham, for that response. With that, any further questions, comments, Budget and Finance Committee? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report.
Daniel?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Shanada. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, she had texted me requesting to be recognized, and I'll recognize her. Shanada, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Can you hear me?
Oh, how do you talk?
Hello? Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Graham, and thank you for the report that you provided. I wasn't able to download the information that you sent, but I did go onto your website after you mentioned that this information is on your website, and it is available there, where I've been reading the information that you kind of, glossed over. But my question, I guess my question is, in 2021, per the 2021 report that you have submitted on your webpage, 11,924 students requested scholarship money from the Navajo Nation. Of that, 5,548 students received awards. So that, based on your information, 47% of the students who requested funds were awarded. Of that 47%, what I want to know is how many students complete their degree. How many students graduate? Of the number of students that are being funded at this point, how many have graduated? And do you guys keep information on how many of them return back to the Navajo Nation? I did go through, and maybe I missed it in your summary report. But if we can get that information, I know in 2019 there was a concern about how much money was being awarded for scholarships and how much money, the Navajo Nation was, how much money they were putting into scholarship, but they weren't seeing a return back on that. I know that in higher education, it is an issue. At least when I was working on my PhD, when I was doing my coursework, I know that was one of the issues, is retaining individuals to complete their degree. I know that on the report that you provided at the very beginning, you do state that there were some issues. Obviously, with COVID, going from in person to online classes. And if you scroll down the report some more, there is a report about students who were running into issues because they weren't able to connect to their classes, or they had income loss. Technology as the primary challenge of pandemic is what you have on page 15 of your report. I haven't read through the complete reporting in this case, but if you could talk to me a little bit about how, specifically how many students are not completing their degree, what are the reasons they are not completing their degree, and how is the scholarship office working, or maybe DOTI working to ensure that our students are completing their degree? Chair Henyo, thank you.
For your questions to Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, response?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Delegate Newton for that question. In institutions of higher education, they will give you a retention number. And I don't have that report immediately, but we did study that number in the past, how many students complete their degree. At least about 60% of our students that start their school complete their degree, and they take anywhere from 4 to 6 years to get a bachelor's degree. And we can issue a specific report on that to update the numbers on those. But and then with graduate students, the majority of them that by when they're in graduate programs, they're highly committed, and unless there's a major problem, maybe health or finances, once in a great while, or they may take some time off. But majority of our graduate students, they complete their degrees as they've intended. So sorry, I don't have that information immediately, but like I said, I will prepare such a report. I think it's important for us to make such a report to the leadership and the Navajo people. As to the issues of Navajo Nation, the amount of funding that is invested in higher education and the return on our investment, that's a very good question. And so we have to find and look for innovative ways to have our young people come back to the Navajo Nation, such as entering into a partnership with Dena College or NTU and partnering on funding. And because we have great need for educated young people everywhere in our health facilities, schools, our colleges, universities, within the Navajo Nation government, IHS, everywhere. And we hang on to some of that and ask for a commitment. And then we grow our own. Maybe there's somebody in, say, the Navajo Nation archaeology program, in the Navajo Nation Department of Education. Maybe there's some individuals. A good example is the Division of Public Safety had created positions, and they've been advertising for the examiner, and there are some of these really hard positions to fill. Maybe there's somebody in the lower level that has a bachelor's degree and maybe has interest in going into a field and getting more education, but they don't have the resources to do that. So our plan that we're working on is to create a program where these students would be encouraged to go get an education. They get admitted. They get it would be a loan for service. They get a loan. Their school is paid for, and they come back to the nation, and they work for the years that they work. Then their loans would be forgiven. Is another way. So we're trying to find ways, and we really need to internally within the Navajo Nation particularly, the HR system is just really difficult. It's hard for us to fill positions. We really could do a lot more within just the education department alone. And we're probably not the only one. Some of our programs, they seek outside funding, and they do get funded. And by the time they get a position created and a budget through the process, they have a month or less to expend the funding. It just, the bureaucracy of processes is just humongous. It's very challenging. So that's one area. We could upgrade our we could upgrade our financial systems and our human resources processes, because a lot of young people, they want to come back. They do come back, but they're told they're not qualified. We need to find a way to fix that and welcome our young people back so they can work for, at least the leadership here has some control over Navajo Nation processes. But, and it's just not the Navajo Nation. There are many places that are like that, but that's one example. And something really needs to be done. It's been going on for too many years. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grant, for your response to the question. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, hearing your roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kidder-Cardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We have accepted the report. 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. I believe I did hear Additional Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Ramona, if you would call for Delegate Brown.
Yes, Chairman. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote on accepting the report? Honorable Nathaniel Brown? Chairman, I did not get a response.
Delegate Brown texted his vote. Can staff verify that? On my end, Delegate Brown text, I vote green on this report.
Chair Henio, that's correct.
Ramona. Ramona, there's a green vote text from Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, Chairman. So recall on the vote. The vote for accepting the report is 4 in favor, 4 voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kashida, thank you. For that, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair that voted was Rose Graham. Dr. Begay, thank you for your participation in this report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kashina, with this, let's move forward to item B on the report, FRF update, Fiscal Recovery Fund. Mr. Tom Platero, are you on the line with us?
Yes. Yes,
Kashina,
Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Kashina, thank you, Mr. Platero. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. A couple of things I emailed in preparation for this report to the Budget and Finance Committee. I updated you the latest budget information, budget summary reports for administrative regulatory support costs. I also emailed you the latest personnel information for the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund office. I'm going to go on ahead and cover, I believe I gave a report to you 2, 3, and 4 weeks ago. I'm just going to cover the work that has been done since that time so that I'm not regurgitating old information. So, Mr. Chair, on the educate the public, one of the things that we're working on right now is Mr. Raymond Tost joined the FRF office as a programs and project specialist, and he's very versed in the Navajo language. So he's working on a campaign where we can educate the public on the ARPA funding in FRF, and also some of the things that we work with in Navajo. So we're hoping to get that into production within the next 3 to 4 weeks. He is drafting that plan together, and also will be facilitating the outreach for that. The website has information in English. Most everybody has access to that. Again, our website is www.frf.navajo-nsn.gov. Therein are copies of the resolutions that have been approved up to this point. It has the documents as far as what needs to be submitted to go through the eligibility process. It includes information on the two-tier process for getting projects approved. The first part is getting eligibility determination by Navajo DOJ, and then the second part is the legislative process where the funding has to be approved. There were some previous misunderstanding that people think that when they get a eligibility determination, that means that they got funding, and so that has been dispelled, I think, for the most part. So that's working very well. On the eligibility determination process, everything that has come in to the FRF office has been processed. Ms. Lisa Jim, Deputy Executive Director, is the one that's assigned to monitor and track these. I know she's been working with Dene College, Navajo Technical University on their submissions, and I believe there are several other submissions. The one thing that needs to be clarified is that they need to submit it to our office so that we can submit it to DOJ for that eligibility determination. Requests that are going to other divisions, community development, chapter requests are required to go through community development. Delegate Crotty did speak about modifying the budget and finance resolution so those can be routed through the FRF office, but no modification has been made at this time. So if you go into the two of the 5 categories of eligibility determination paperwork, whether a chapter is certified or non-certified, those at this time all need to be routed through community development. On the expenditure of funds, we are monitoring it. One that I've been working closely with myself is the Department of Information Technology. They got $1.6 million that was allocated to them as a carryover for the CARES defunded. They spent all their money with the exception of about $23 million. So they've gone through the process of working to make sure that they get the contracts in place, they follow all the procurement process and everything, and so they've spent all of their money. The other one that we have been monitoring is the hardship money, and that report was just emailed to you. There's about $30-something million still left of that from the original allocation. And the committee yesterday spent a considerable amount of time receiving the report from Controller Brigade, and so that information is there. We are going to begin the process of assigning different staff to be monitoring different sections of it. Mr. Arnold Jake, the principal accountant, has gone through the process of creating a reporting mechanism that's a little bit more detailed than the previous ones that we did. What he allowed in that new reporting methodology is to account for, this is how the budget was originally submitted, and this is the revision. So he added a column in, and that information is going to be provided again on the 1st and the 15th of each month. All of that's available under the FRF website. If you go to information, click down to financial information, and those ones are all categorized and cataloged back from the original reports that were submitted. Underneath the compliance section of the FRF office is the first one that we're Mr. Jake and Ms. Jim are working on to review the reports that were submitted by NTUA. NTUA, as you recall, has the CARES defunded money, and they were advanced 50% of their amounts that are there. And so I believe Mr. Jake received those reports, and they'll be reviewing them. And those will also be published onto the website so that people can access the reports that are submitted to the FRF project. We are having our team put together a letter to all ARPA FRF programs that receive funding or were approved for funding, to provide copies of all contracts so that we can post those ones on there. I believe there are a few contracts that are posted right now that are available for review. Let me check really quick. And from our office, looks like they're updating it. But there will be contract copies that are available on there, and that will summarize all of that information. Underneath the planning portion of it, FRF in an FRF office has been working closely with the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission and the Navajo Nation Broadband Office Sonia Nez was hired over there as a program manager, I believe. She just selected an admin assistant. She has 2 more positions that she'll be trying to hire for. So that will complete her team over there and get her set up. We've been helping them coordinate meetings with the counties, with the stakeholders that are going to be developing the broadband office. A couple more staff that are added in, and that section should be fully staffed. They are in the process of creating their first contract where they're getting technical advice. Part of that process will be to have them get a proposal writer so that they can submit proposals for broadband to supplement, hopefully, the funds that are coming from the Navajo Nation with external funds, so that we can make broadband a priority for the Navajo Nation. Under the working groups right now, our group is working with the finance group that's being led by Laura Johnson out of the finance section. Mr. Jake and Miss Tim are part of that team, and we'll be adding in one more individual that joined our team on Monday, Heather Springer. We stole her from legislative. She's now joined our team, and she will be the one assigned to monitor legislative processes and also be in charge of the personnel tracking of all of the positions that were funded underneath the administrative regulatory support function of it. Underneath the management of administration of NNFRF, we are in the process of hiring all of our staff. As you can see from the updated organizational chart that I sent you, we do have 4 vacancies left. We had 18 positions that were funded underneath the ARPA administrative regulatory support costs. We have 4 more within ARPA FRF office that need to be hired for, which is the network specialist, the associate accountant, the statistical research analyst, and the engineering tech. Each of these positions were all reclassifications from the existing org chart. As we added on members to our management team, there was a group decision made to say that we need these different types of additional support beyond what the original organizational chart that FRF office began with. And so it's been an evolving process. We're 6 months in, and we still have 4 vacant positions that has reported to you, has talked about there are challenges that come with trying to hire somebody in an expedient manner with the Navajo Nation, and we're certainly having the same challenges as well. Underneath the applicable regulations, policies, procedures, we do have a request for a review of a possible process that we could follow for right-of-way. That's been sent over to Legislative Council for their review. If we can, then our office will need to work with the regulatory offices and with Legislative Council to see if we can get that authorization that's available right now to all the ARPA projects that are available there. Hopefully that will address the right-of-way issue that's in there. As far as the updates, like I said, we provided you guys 2 of the 3 reports for finance. Our team is still working on the reports for the CARES defunded project, and once that's available, we'll email those out. And when we do distribution of those, we make sure that the council does receive all of that information, as well as all of your support staff within the legislative branch and also the executive branch. And like I said, it's also posted on our website. Underneath the social media platform, this will be one of the things that we want to outsource. The younger members of our team, I'm sure, are much more versed at social media than we are. We are looking at a Navajo consultant to help us with this portion of it, but we want to get somebody that has a really good understanding of the Navajo Nation and how to communicate with them. At the same time, we want to reinforce transferring the English information, the presentations into Navajo, and that's where Mr. Toth will be really assisting us to make sure that that gets completed. As far as the Department of Personnel Management collaboration, one of the projects that we've been working on with Department of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management is to automate the application process for the Navajo Nation. A week and a half ago, we received authorization that it is an eligible project for administrative costs. We will now have our team begin to go in and set up the contract for that. Unfortunately, there were no Navajo vendors that applied for that. despite sending the information to all of the Navajo vendors that were available under there. I know that this council and the president's priority is to employ as many Navajos as we can, but they actually have to apply when those advertisements are made. And I personally made sure that all of the ones that are listed under the business preference listing that are able to do those type of services received an email from me personally, and none of them unfortunately responded to that RFP that's in there. And so we will begin the process of it, and we'll coordinate again with Division of Human Resources and DPM to implement this process, and hopefully it'll add some, reduce some of the time that it takes to complete assessments. One of the things that when I was at Division of General Services is that this system will not allow you to hit the submit button until all the documents are attached. You will not believe how many highly qualified individuals apply for positions and simply don't attach a CIB, or they don't attach a copy of their license, or they don't attach a copy of their transcripts. All of those play a critical role in the assessment process. And so the system will self-monitor so that you can't hit the submit button until all of those documents are attached. The next one that we're working on is the funds accountability. FRF office, our team, both Ms. Jim and Mr. Jake work with this. If a request comes in from OMB or if a request from a department, they are monitoring those. We just recently sent over a request to DOJ for determination on if a contract modification can just be processed with an eligibility determination, or does that have to go back to the full council depending on the interpretation of CJY 41-21 of how that will be implemented. So we try to facilitate those processes. As far as the inquiries that are coming to the NNFR office, Ms. Jim has been the lead for that, responding to all of those inquiries. She's been, like many other departments within the Navajo Nation, been sending inquiries, forwarding inquiries over to finance in regard to their request for information and clarification on the hardship. So she's our lead person for that individual. Underneath the plan design report FRF projects, again, NTUA is what we're working at right now. But we also had another program underneath economic development that we're going to need to do a review of and make sure that all of those, not necessarily make sure, but just go in there and provide some sort of monitoring process by the FRF office to ARPA in an FRF funded projects. So that'll be the next project that we'll be doing. As far as scheduling of FRF projects, our lead for this is going to be Max Big Horse. Mr. Big Horse is a professional engineer that's certified, I believe, in Arizona and New Mexico. So he'll be the project lead for those to make sure that the scheduling of those tie in and make sure that the reporting process of it. So he'll be conducting monitoring visits to the FRF funded projects as well. Under the quality assurance plan, again, Mr. Big Horse is the lead for this. He's also supported by another professional engineer, Danny Lee. So we have two professional engineers on staff, which overlook our technical regulatory section. Mr. Big Horse is also participating in the regulatory committee that's tracking the process of right-of-way, and I believe they're going to be also looking into possible ways of streamlining the home site lease process. A lot of work that has already been done. It's just we're there to help facilitate. We're there to provide additional support where it's needed. So there's a lot of people that have been working to try to resolve some of the outstanding issues with the Navajo Nation. Underneath the DD directive that was pointed out during the last time, I have reached out to economic development. I want to make sure that they're involved with it, and the next time that you provide a report, I hope to have something more tangible that says this is the step they are recommending to get that done. I do apologize. Delegate Crotty was correct that we did have a timeline for that. But in addition to all of the activities that are going on, our office also has to contend with the environment that we work with. And so we have to all be careful, as careful as we are. People still do get sick, and that's one of the things that we're contending with. I myself have been out for over a week. This morning was the first time that The rapid test came back as negative, so I'll be going back to work tomorrow. So we are well aware of the many challenges that people are working in this environment with the pandemic as it is. Again, we are going to be looking to fill those last 4 positions. And then we did also, as part of the process of addressing the need for the reports from public safety and underneath information management systems within that department, we did assign one of the positions that was budgeted for the ARPA office to be working over there. I believe Mr. Bowman has made a selection, and so hopefully we can get that person completed through the background check so that they can get somebody on there that will be helping with those. One of the things that I've learned in this position is that the public safety management information system really needs an infusion of general fund dollars. That office was created basically to do background checks for police officers, and somewhere when the nation adopted the background check process, which I think was needed, but they didn't give them any new resources, and so they are running thousands of those background check things for applicants, people that are selected for the position, and they were never really intended for the workload that they have. Their function was intended specifically for police officers, and so when they got their work expanded, they are understaffed, and really council and the office of the president, vice president should consider providing them some general funds allocation, because they really do need it. They need about 4 positions, the equipment, the office space, all of that goes so that we can expedite this process. It seems like a lot of people are dealing with that, but it's very difficult when you don't have the resources or the availability of human resource power to get things done in an expedient manner. Mr. Chair, that will be the extent of my report.
Mr. Platero, for that, and hope you get well soon here. With this Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. We do have a motion and second. Floor is open for questions for Mr. Platero.
This is Delegate
Henio, this
Yellowhair.
is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor, and then I'll to that. We'll go to Delegate Amber Kideswakati. Delegate Yellowhair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Tom, Carol, your report. You have 21 accounts and it pertains to ARPA/Navajo Nation FRF Business Limit Unit. You have a big responsibility. As you have in your book, you have 130,526,474. And right now, you only spend 3%, which means that you only spend very little, but it looks like it's big. Your actual expenditure is $2,018,000, and then plus a encumbers $1,030,000, which means probably spend like $3,048,800. So there's a lot of money still left here. I think you mentioned that if you can spend probably money will be go back to the council and revise the whole budget, because years going fast. We're on right now. Your report ends May 31st, 2022. And thank you, Mr. Vitero. Yeah, could all by so Benan Nishigi Beton, the American Plan Panasun, and general expenditure reported in La Latonan Nishigi pretty well understand. DIK data, acting controller, DID, next report in the it acting controller BK. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom. That's all I have right now. Thank you for the floor to the chairman. Control.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Next on the queue is Delegate Amber Kilis-Bakrati. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henyo. Thank you for the report, Mr. Patero. I am concerned about the expenditure. I don't know how much control you have over that, or what is the situation for all of the departments that have been identified with the funding that they have received. And I understand, how many years is this budget anticipated for? Is this budget and the way that it will be presented to the committee will be until 2026? I think that would be helpful in terms of knowing what's on track and how funding was allocated. I am concerned that the top two expense are your line item for the office, and number 16 is for the Attorney General. But for the FRF office, it's a lot of familiar names because you're pulling staffers from other Navajo Nation existing programs. And I am just trying to understand the rationale because if a majority of the programs are understaffed, what is the plan to make sure that your office functions, but how are those other programs going to recoup? And I think we're seeing that in our report when it talks about the budget or when it talks about other areas. So I just need to understand the rationale and the decision making regarding that. The other areas, can you tell us who is on the technical team? When I hear the technical team, I think it's Chief of Staff Paul Chaco, Walter Haas from NQA, Dr. Pro Yellowman with Division of Community Development, Tom Platero, yourself for Fiscal Recovery Office, and then maybe your consultant, Dibbles. Can you provide? I was asked who is the technical team because Mr. Patero, I've requested multiple times a project breakdown of 0086-22, and in looking at the development of your office was also to educate. And so if this is an ARPA legislation, what role can you play in breaking down those projects? Because there's areas that still have not been made public on the type of projects that are being proposed. And as we receive additional information, I would like to make sure that, first of all, it's accurate. And second, now as we dive into Department of Health, their request is 0086-22. I think it's approximately $19.2 billion for Daltech. The listing I received only covers Arizona and Utah senior centers. I could not find any support for New Mexico senior centers. And so if you could provide that information, the project breakdown for 0086-22, that would be beneficial. And I think your office has that information and can provide that to the committee. My last question would be that in terms of moving forward, a best practice is for Navajo Nation businesses, and we did this when we were trying to attract Navajo contractors for the uranium cleanup, is just going beyond, like an email, is there has to be a coordinated effort in networking and identifying individuals that could possibly provide services to Navajo Nation. That has always been the challenge. Because as a delegate, I'm constantly being asked by small business owners how I offer this service. How can I contract with Navajo Nation? And so I think with the amount of money and the amount of team members that is addressing this issue, and our mission goal is to help our Navajo business owners, I think this would be a great time. So if I could get those responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the questions. Defer back to Mr. Tamplatero. Response.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I will give the best response that I'm able to provide. On the expenditures, a lot of it has to do with the processes that are in place. If you take a look at CJY 41-21, there was a clause inserted in there that with the intent of expediting the process. However, when you tried to put it into practice, we were advised by DOJ that what's outlined in there can't actually be done. And so we are now getting into practice of what is being done there. There are some modifications as far as contracting. I'll give you an example. The advisement that we've been receiving is if you can locate one or two, you don't need to go through the advertisement process. You can go on ahead and run a contract through for those. But what's difficult is trying to get all of the documents through the SAS process. It's just challenging. I mean, everywhere you go, you run into barriers of, well, you need this, you need that, you need in addition to that. And I can appreciate your comments yesterday from we're in an emergency. I'll give you a really good example. 2 weeks ago now, the air conditioning unit at Admin Building 1 and 2 went out. And we have about 300 employees that are sitting in there. We are 2 weeks in, and we are on our third attempt to try to get it through the tribal system to get a vendor to process that. The first one we went through was this is an emergency. We need to get somebody in there. We were told it was not legally sufficient and to follow this format. We went through the process a second time, repackaged the whole thing to meet the requirements from on it, only to have the vendor pull out. The vendor pulled out because they were like, the numbers are getting higher and higher for this project, and we're afraid that Navajo Nation isn't going to pay. There was one Navajo vendor that's listed in the preference listing that was able to do that, but they didn't have the certification to work with Freon. So now we're on our third attempt where we're reaching out further than the border towns to try to get somebody to fix that. In the meantime, we have people that are sitting there in an office space that the people that ensure the safety are trying to get the work done, but we aren't able to get things through the system as quickly as we can. And one of the things that I'm posing is you have a emergency procurement clause in the codes, but there's no process that says a step-by-step process. And the reason that I say a step-by-step process is every time that you try to work with something, depending on who you work with, they all have a different interpretation of it. It's kind of like giving somebody a budget, and then when you try to spend it, then you're being told, well, this is allowable, this isn't allowable, and all that. So we are excessively regulated, but we don't have an out in case we do have an emergency. So we are 2 weeks in. We're now trying to get a vendor that will accept working with the Navajo Nation, because they're of the people that do this type of work, they're of the opinion that we're not going to get paid in time. And so it's very difficult to try to address things in an expedient manner when the system won't allow you to move things in a quick manner. We tried the RDP process, we tried the purchase order process, we tried the everything. This is very typical within the Navajo Nation. I'll give you an example. When council terminated the last controller, we got a call from authority, a person in a position of authority, and got told to change the locks because they wanted to secure the materials that were in that building. We ended up having to, we thought we could just, it was a $700 bill. And we tried processing it through the financial system, and we were told, you can't do that, you have to do a contract. Well, how in the world are you going to predict that council is going to terminate somebody underneath the tribe in a high-ranking position, and you're going to then have to change those locks? It was further complicated because the locksmith at the Navajo Nation have been on extended COVID leave. And so the expectation is that you are supposed to prepare for these, but some of them you can't. And there's no way within the existing systems within the Navajo Nation to expedite anything. I kind of, I'm not trying to pick on anyone, but when Delegate Otto So gets after us and says everything revolves around Window Rock, it's very difficult for programs that are out there that need something procured quickly. So the intent for the P card was to use it to buy something when you need it very quickly. But the interpretation of the finance people that make the decisions don't consider it an emergency when you need to get something. The answer always has to be, you have to go through the 6B format, or you have to contract that out. The interpretation is you can't procure a service through a purchase order. So the system doesn't allow you. Say you need somebody to fix a window and it's broken. Then that's considered a service, so you have to get a contract for it. So how long is your window going to remain broken until you can get that through the contract process? So the system really needs to be examined on how we can respond to these. And it's just not for ARPA, it's for everyday business. I mean, we look at the federal dollars and we look at the tribal dollars and say, you didn't spend this money, we gave it to you, because the system isn't designed so that we can respond quickly to get those things out in an expedient manner. We're all for accountability. We're all for making sure that we can get things done. But in reality, there is no emergency procurement process. It's mentioned in the code, but there's no process to say this is how you can get it done. And so it's very difficult to get these things done. As far as how many years the funding for this is going to go for, there are three provisions actually that are in there. The first one is under CJY 41-21 that will allow or it makes a provision for council to revisit all the approved projects at the end of the second quarter in 2024. That basically is 2 years away. The federal guidance indicates that the ARPA funding as it's presented needs to be allocated or committed by December 30th, 2024, and it has to be completed and paid out by December 30th, 2026. So those are the three main dates that council and everybody that works with these projects should be aware of. As far as the budget for the Attorney General and the others that receive administrative support costs, I can understand their challenges of being allocated these funds. We went through the process of setting up the accounts. Those accounts are set up for 5 years. We went through the process of establishing the positions, but as was alluded to earlier, we don't have the best come work for the Navajo Nation. I've been in this system for over 30 years, and I've seen everything. I started out as a clerk answering phones for the Head Start program to my position now. So basically, I work within each of those, both as an entry-level position and then as a management position. And so it's very different. You can easily see why people don't come back to the Navajo Nation. One is when you come back, you don't really have a place to live, and that's very difficult to do that. The next part of it is when you do get a job, it takes a while to learn the system. And that's the difficulty when you come in, is that people don't take the time to learn the systems. 6B is a huge issue. The whole purchasing process is predicated on that everybody is going to be 6B certified. But when you look in the programs, not very many programs have the 3 staff that are 6B certified. And yet we continue to allow people to remain in positions that should be 6B certified. If you look at the FRF office, all of our support positions are 6B certified. All of our managers will be 6B certified. I'm 6B certified. So we are able to get things done and complete it so it doesn't sit on somebody's desk until somebody returns. That isn't the same for a lot of the programs, particularly the small programs that are out there. And there was really never an out for them to go on ahead and say, if we don't have the 6B process, what's available? You know, the only purchase orders that you can still type right now are blanket purchase orders. But if I get my 3 quotes and I'm going to buy, you know, widget A, B, and C, and I don't have the 6B, I'm not going to get my PR through. So that's the difficulty of it. We've created a system that was intended to simplify the process. In actuality, it exacerbated the process, where if you aren't 6B certified, you're not going to get anything done. And if you try to get something done and try to process it through an RDP, which is a process that you can use, then programs are being told you can't do that because that should have been a 6B process. P-card, operations card, has been severely limited. I mean, we're being questioned on items that are on the list as this is an available project. You know, we're at the point where you actually have to call and get approval from the P-card section before you even use that card. So what's the sense of having it if you're not gonna be allowed to have those controls within the individual departments that you're vested with that authority to do? As far as the technical team is mainly guided by the Office of the President, Vice President. I would be more comfortable because of the team membership changes. That would be a question that would be posed to the Chief of Staff, and I don't want to answer on his behalf. One of the things that I have to be careful of, particularly in my position, is I'm not a general funded employee. I'm a federal funded employee. And so I have to be very careful on how I answer questions. I can't be lobbying. There's a lot of things that you can't do as a federal funded employee that you are able to do as a general fund employee. So the restrictions are more so for the ARPA funding. That's one of the things that we have been working with our team to understand, is that the ARPA funding, the general funding, the way I look at it is there's a higher level of scrutiny that's available for this that isn't afforded to the general funds, citizen funds, or even the permanent trust fund. So that's why the fiduciary responsibility of it really needs to be established, which leads me to the next response, Delegate Crotty. I took people that were very versed in the Navajo Nation because it was an investment to ensure that the people that are working with these projects have the knowledge and expertise needed to safeguard. And as members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm sure you understand the due diligence process. So we needed people that are actually on day one able to do that work. You know, there shouldn't be a on-the-job training. Having said that, we did purposely mix our team to say we have veteran people that are on there, and we're bringing on new people so that they can get the expertise, so that when this program is done, they can move into management positions. So it's an influx of both. It's not everybody is being recruited from other places, but you need a high level of expertise to ensure the proper usage of these funds. The next question on 8622 is I was very when I listened to the last council session and the Navigate sessions, I was when you listen to Delegate Slater, he really analyzed 86. We can provide that information. You can tell that he went through every single one of those pages in that legislation, because the questions he was asking were spot on. And so I will go on ahead and work with my team. We broke it down by agencies, and we'll go on ahead and have them take another crack on it to break it down into chapters. And it's just taking the information that's sitting in there. Please be aware that our office doesn't generate or say what will go in there. Our office only facilitates the process mainly after the approval is done. We have to be very careful of it in the front end, because we can't be saying, well, this project is better than that project, because that could then be construed as lobbying. And so there is, when the legislations are prepared, they are based off of the procedure that was approved by Budget and Finance. There's an eligibility determination process. That process has to be completed. So that's a process that we have to respect. But FRF office cannot advocate for one project over the other. All we can provide is the information that says these are the projects that have gone through the evaluation process. And then it's up to leadership to decide out of the pool of eligibility determination process projects to say this is the ones that we want to put in there. So again, I don't know how much we can stress it, but we aren't involved in the review process. We aren't involved in the project selection process. We're only there to provide information and provide technical assistance. So Delegate Crotty, I will go on ahead and have Max and the rest of the team go on ahead and get that through. As far as the best practices networking, I think there's a great possibility to use this ARPA experience as improving methods within the Navajo Nation, so that we streamline things, that we make things simpler, that we clarify certain gray areas that currently exist right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shigella, Mr. Platero, for a response to the question. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Ms. Shinanda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So in terms of the question, who would create that policy for the emergency procurement? In these reports, we receive a lot of information, a lot of recommendations, but who then is responsible to create that? What entity? And then if it's this committee, what then are the steps that we are going to take as a committee to create those procedures? So as we go on, I mean, it's been over 24 months. We've been in a pandemic, and not to have procedures for emergency procurement is there's no excuse other than we know that it needs to be done. So who is directed to do it? What's going to be our timeline, and how can we get some of these issues addressed? I'm not going to comment on the speculations about 0086-22. I understand, there's negotiations and compromise, but I could tell you, I have not heard from any of my colleagues a thorough understanding of that legislation and the projects that are in there. But I would like to know that who is responsible for those procedures with the emergency procurement so we can move forward, and what other areas of red tape. That seems to be the mission of Window Rock. Is just to delay, slow down projects and processes because we don't want to modernize. the gatekeepers don't want to give up their power, and this system is failing our people. So what can we do as a committee, Chairman Henyo? If you have some suggestions as we move forward to help expedite some of these processes. And spending 3% of the budget when it was approved nearly a year ago is a great example of we have a timeline to spend these dollars. We hear multiple requests to approve these dollars, and yet we're sitting here 12 months later, nearly 12 months later, and we spent 3% of the administrative costs. That's just evidence to the fact that there needs to be a coordinated effort to streamline and some of the other areas that were mentioned, like the P card and the financial interpretation. Maybe would acting controller provides her report. She could give her staff to give some insight in terms of what are the challenges, because there's always two sides to every story. But as leadership, is how do we balance? And I always think it's transparency. If we were to put all of the funding and where everyone spends their money, from federal dollars to non-federal dollars, at least at any time we could be accountable to see how programs are spending their dollars, how elected officials are spending their dollars, and who is not, and who is reverting money back to the federal state government. Thank you, Chair.
Sheena, can for your questions, and with that, I'll defer to Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
The members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Patero. It's almost similar to what my stated the way she asked the question. You know that we rely on, I guess we would say that the establish of that FRS office, and then also the president, and then also the DOJ. You know that they when we first saw the legislation, then the second one that's coming through again, the 86 again. You know, there's a lot of these mostly the NTA projects. I guess they're the one that submitted all the what the process that you're talking about. They're the one that came in and understand that when we're meeting with them. How did you guys get all those projects in place right away? They say the president officer called them, he learned, and then the Navajo Nation called us and said, "This is how we brought these projects are." No, because since that Navajo Nation didn't have any projects, I guess I could say, and yet then just relying on NTA. But the reason my main point is that you know that I caught a lot of the projects that are submitted by NTA that are, you could say that it's not for recovery, and the recovery say that it's going to be for the future. No, once the future, the recovery is now. You know, I thought DOJ would ask those questions, reading by the guidelines of the U.S. Treasury. Ask those questions to NTA over that. Then this is how it came to be over here. I guess nobody really asked question over there. Nobody really defined what the whole the project is all about. For example, I've been saying this. Finally, somebody understood. If they took away the raptors after these power lines, for protection of eagles and birds. You see, she's a business person. have their own going by those getting those raptors on these where these eagles nesting. I don't know why it was added on to the upper projects. I thought DOJ would know why raptors is there because of the protection of the eagles, especially in this the Buttes area. On nesting the so I guess it wasn't even part of the recovery. If you look at it, you ask those questions. Even that's what the main thing is about. You guys just cast it on the it's legal. So that's why it's taking this long. But the next one is finally got a effort studies on this hospital called the transformers, everything, and then they come in with their 115 kV power line. So right now they're coming in with another right of way. So the line that we used to have from Bidahochi to Dalcon was only the 25,900 voltage. They can try to put in the line from Bidahochi to Dalcon again, still on there. It's 115 kV. There's 115,000 voltage. And I asked that question: why is it putting in there, but change for the future? No, when's that going to be? When we can get that capacity? When is going to this Dalcon will get to that capacity? Nobody answered me. And when I finally got that report the other day from Key L and EG, I got it and I saw it. It still doesn't make sense. That 50% that's 50%. It's still unused. So that means that you look at it, all the capacity, all the electrical. The whole electrical ampere study that was made was already made a long time ago. It could be 50% reserve. So meaning that we have to grow twice as much as this to get to that capacity. So that we're going to have another hospital. This community, another public around this county, double the size. Then we're going to be seeing the future of this to get to that capacity that NTA provided. So I don't know what kind of you guys other but that you need to proving all this. So that's where I rely on you guys. So it nine by Jens Kigi Bisbatero and he that is Dojo and nothing the Dojo but that of kid or that don't declare the husband of that. I quite about this case here. If the delegate the names and they don't so yeah, sure they didn't have so no that by it. So we had to come up with our own, what we need, what the community thinks that needs today, that we think that's recovery. So that's one question. The other one is, I needed by young people, I think the delegates need to, I think the BNF, I think we need to bring in these people from there is, background check. Other than NAGI, maybe under the public safety that records and management. I feel like that. I don't know what human resources are going through this, hiring in that then. If you go over there, if you call over there, people here, I've got some vacancy here down at the wellness center. They finally opened it back up. On that, there's a lot of vacancy. The people are waiting for a background check. So now the people that they wanted this job. They left because they got hired other places. It's more faster that way. And here, because it never partner all that. I don't know how we're going to do that. Let me get Henio, maybe Peggy, if we can bring that public safety, the background check. Oh, yeah, about this case, I think not like that. So comes up to what this is. I'm going to say that much, Henio. Yeah.
Delegate PVG. Mr. Platero, response?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, in regards to Delegate Crotty's question regarding how do we clear this procurement thing, I really think it should be this is just my opinion. This is not Tom Platero, FRF Executive Director. This is Tom Platero, tribal employee. I think you need to get a group of different people that can take a look back at the system and really map it out. One of the things that when I was at Legislative Services and I had the chance to really understand the legislative process was mapping it out. The processes that are in place, the accounting manual, there's different sections of it. The rules that apply, the rules that apply to general funds aren't necessarily the same rules that apply to K accounts, which are the contract accounts. There's additional steps that are required underneath K that aren't there underneath the general funds. And I'm sure there's other funding sources that are set up, but you have one set of rules that governs all of them. And so we need to, whomever is going to undertake this, it would be advisable to get people from different programs that use different types of money. General funds, they are unemployed, but federal, purchase order. So it's very difficult understanding between the two. I'm not afraid to admit that, when I first started with the FRF office, I had multiple documents that were returned by contract accounting only because I didn't understand their process. Up to this point, I had mainly worked with general funds, and so there were new things that I had to learn and be schooled in. This is how you do it. I'll give you an example. The worksheet that you do for a budget transfer for personnel underneath general funds, you just make a simple worksheet. When you go over to the K account, when you do the contract accounting, you have to account for almost every pay period ending. So it's a high level, and I think that's great, but it should be consistent throughout this. Where do we take the rules that are general funds, and where do we take the rules from the contract accounting stuff and make it into one uniform way? And then it also depends on who you have review it too. You have your really strict reviewers that are going to be like, well, page 37, paragraph 3, that I should be, a hyphenated I because, or the E, remember with the net, with that glottal mark or whatever you call it, they'll return it for that, and another reviewer will just process it as is. So there's not consistency in the process of how to get it through. So my recommendation would be that this would be something that budget finance would undertake with the individuals in those positions. But it's very important that you involve people at the user end. I think for far too long, our government has been run by individuals that are, for lack of a better term, have very good intentions, but they've never been in an office, that has to deal with this process. So it's very easy for Window Rock to deny something, and which is their prerogative as the reviewers, but they've never worked in an office out there. I started in Chinle at the Head Start program. I used to process receiving reports for Noble Cisco and Bashes. And I had to learn how to process it. so that my paperwork wasn't ever returned. By the end of my time there, Chinle Agency was the only one that still had a contract or a purchase order with Noble Cisco, or not Noble Cisco, Meadow Gold, because we were the only ones paying it. So we had to learn who we had to talk to, how to set it up properly, how to get it through the process. But not everybody takes time to learn all of that stuff. So any endeavor to try to correct the system failures really needs to involve users. It needs to be people that work at the local level, people that work in the senior citizens, people that work at Head Start, people that work at the chapter, because they're the ones that have to use the system. I think for far too long, we've had systems developed with people with good intentions that write something, and then when you put it into practice, it doesn't work. So I would be happy to help with this process. Because one of the things the FRF office is charged with is to take a look at systems, regulations, rules, and stuff. Our office would be happy to help with this process, but it needs to get done, and it needs to be mapped out. If you look at the legislative process, in ABI something, it's really detailed and say if you hit a no, this is where you go back to. So that was how the people that help us develop the legislative process taught us. But it's not really applied when you use it in the finance portion of it. The same way with personnel, they're beginning to map it now with this new system that's going to come in. But the finance process, it needs to be one where it's understood by everybody the same way. This whole, I'm going to interpret it this way, and my colleague that sits next to me is going to interpret a different way. We need to stop those because that is what's making it difficult for anybody to get anything done. So any undertaking of this, I would highly recommend that the users, the people that are out there, actually be involved in the development of it, because we're the ones that are struggling to get things done. We're the ones that are being labeled as, you didn't get this paid. Something as simple as how to attach an invoice, those kind of things. So I would recommend that. Delegate Begay, project sige kad adkuya pe landa isni nihit email and nashi ade ya pe landa isni akol no project and no CJY 41-21 you got to remember that the ARPA funding wasn't set up until July 23rd, 2021, which is less than a year ago. That was when the process was set up. It's one thing to have availability of funds. It's another to have a process to say this is what we're going to name it. You know, it kind of like took us kind of like we have this opportunity that's there. Then the money came to the tribe, and then we had to go through the process of establishing up, giving it a name. We weren't able to spend those funds until the tribe incorporated because it was a different strand of funding. So council finally approved on July 23rd, 2021. We're going to name this in an FRF, and it's going to be the ARPA funds from the federal government. I believe President signed it into law on August 2nd, 2021. So when we say the funds were available since then, we also had to jump the hurdles within our governmental structure to set up those funds. So it didn't have a place, and it was something that was new. And so it took from the time, I believe it was February of 2000, I'm not sure, but look at the dates. So that had to go through that process. Then we had to go into the process of, okay, how are these accounts going to be set up? Then we had to go into the process of setting up, this is how the personnel positions are going to be established. All those are done. Those systems are now in place. We know how to do those now. So the next influx of projects shouldn't take that long. To be honest with you, when we first started, it took us about 3 weeks to get through the process on the first ones. The later ones that were approved, those took about 3 days. And so it was a learning curve that we had to go through to get those ones done. So no projects in Ninigiya. Anna Kieko Belan CJY 4121, which was the 10% for the administrative regulatory costs, the CARES defunded, and then there's another section that we haven't even gotten to which is the funding that was set aside for citizens that was available underneath there. We've been trying to work with finance. Finance has been extremely busy trying to prioritize the hardship payments. And so they've kind of put it on the back burner. We have as well to allow them the time to get the checks out to people, but we need to go back to those, set up those accounts. All of the CARES defunded projects have been set up. All of the projects that President has authorized for administrative costs, regulatory costs have been set up that would have been approved. There is one that we returned. We submitted another request for the Office of the Controller to cover the cost of management of these funds. It was determined as eligible for administrative costs. The legislative branch hasn't submitted their paperwork to get their 10% of the 10%. So that's still sitting out there. And those are the only ones that have been approved in addition to the hardship money. Hardship money, there are no other programs that are out there. So on the project budget and finance assess DOJ by the RJA based on the eligibility criteria for ARPA but on the budget and finance within that budget and finance resolution, there was no requirement for technical review. There was no requirement for detailed budgets. There were no requirements for a lot of the questions that are coming up. And we, the worker bees that are involved in this process, can only go by what's approved. And so it's very difficult to try to implement additional items when people are saying that, well, I met the requirements, and so some of the questions that are coming up, there aren't provisions in the process to ask for that. There is no technical review on any of these projects that say, is it technically sound? Is it from an engineering standpoint, is it sound? Is it cost effective? None of those were put in there. So it's kind of at the discretion of the applicant what they put in their application for review. And our delegates, ARPA office, Budget and Finance Committee, Department of Justice, that hot need from DOJ to a TDK base of budget after the need and we can't advocate for one project over another. We just have to deal with after the process is done that says it was completed. So there are no technical requirements in the review process. There are no detailed budget requests in that process. So when somebody submits a request, I'll give you an example. One of the ones that got approved was a legislation to allocate $33 million for a broadband project. In the review of it, it was determined as eligible, and legislation was introduced. And our office can't go in there and say, well, the proposal requires when your broadband program underneath the ARPA funding is set up, it needs to go at 100 megabytes or something like that, some technical language thing. But the proposal that was submitted only said they would be able to do 25. The cost breakdown then for that proposal is it would serve 8 communities for $33 million. And so we weren't involved in the development of that proposal. We weren't involved in the development of assessing it. We weren't involved in saying that this is an eligible cost. All of that was delegated to Department of Justice by the Budget and Finance Resolution. And so when we're talking, the Northeast Noya, when Delegate Begay talks about the Eagles, were those taken into consideration during the assessment process? There's no provisions for those kind of reviews. It just gets submitted, goes through a division director or a branch chief. Those DOJ, then they determine if it's eligible, and then it goes on a list. Then that list is then what council and the president use to say, these are the projects that we're going to fund. And so when we're, our office and all the other offices that are involved in the process, we don't have any review authority. We don't have any process to say, this is a feasible project. And so all of that was left out of the review process. The hospital, the Ninigiya, they would be an external entity that would apply, which would be project process 5 that would get set up in there. So ADG Hujin Handage Nishigi Nihidane Abandage Nishigi Abe has Anigite a Kohode Yabishin Danish, though a Belach Nahas Ada. These hate Hadin La, these hate Kate Nil, these hate Ben Daso, Dona Adikita do Ben Has Ada. And so it's very difficult to try to get some of these answered because we just weren't given the authority to do that. Mr. Chair.
Again, Mr. Platero for providing response to the questions. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on this report? Any further questions, comments from Mr. Tom Platero? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Claudia. I do have a final question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Patero, I did email the chapter projects that were submitted to the DCD portal. I haven't received a response from your office if those expenditure plans have been developed. Not talking about those tire shops, I'm talking about the other projects that were not submitted to DOJ from Dr. Yellowman at Division of Community Development. Thank you.
Mr. Platero?
Delegate Claudia, I apologize for not responding back to you. I will get together with my team, but one of the things, and I believe it was you that brought it up, was you wanted to perhaps modify the process so that FRF office could sign off on chapter requests, but that hasn't been updated yet. I will make sure that that we get those ones done. The other part of it is it needs the application process. It really, I believe it was DOJ that responded back to one of the delegates' emails that indicated that we're the reviewers of these, so we really can't help in the preparation of it. Our office is willing to work to do that, but at the same time, you have to also understand that our office has been perceived as overstepping our boundaries in certain instances, particularly when it involves other divisions, because nobody wants to give up authority. And so when we get in the position of that was delegated to community development through an approved resolution, and for us to overstep and then say, well, we're going to take over this, it creates animosity within the system. And so it would be better if you pursued the revision to say chapters don't have to go completely to general community development. I know community development has done a tremendous amount of work, but they're kind of like everybody else, the ARPA money, the CARES money, all of the stuff that came with it. They didn't get additional help, and now the ARPA fund is there. They're still trying to hire the staff for those. So I will get back together with Dr. Yellerman and coordinate with you for your chapters to get those submitted. I apologize for not getting it done earlier. There's just a lot on everybody's plates, I think, but that's really no excuse. So I'll work with you, with our team, and with Dr. Yellerman's team to get your project assessed. Mr. Chair.
Chair Henry, this is Dr.
Okay, now Mr. Platero for the response to the question.
Chair Donald, Chair Henry, Patera. Thanks for your response. I don't know about those getting conversation. No project is needed, but it's okay though. But you see, my question is, I know that we got. I think we've been meeting with all our chapters here, trying to get either which side legislation they're going to support. But we got some projects together. So I think we're trying to. We talked to. We got. Remember, we asked you if we could go on our during our meetings, but we got. You told us that you have the DOJ and then also the Vision and Community Development. What they have, what the information they have, what you have is they all have it. No, so we went with Dr. Yellerman. At that time, Dr. Yellerman suggested that if we could put all our chapter projects in that portal. We've been emailing her and she's not responding, or if you can get a hold of her, that was the question that we wanted to you if you could help us. How do we get the portal in there, projects? I don't know. We can start maybe legislation. Does that mean that the District 7 we have? And then there's no response from Yellerman. But maybe you can contact her, or how do we go about it? Do you have the portal that we could use, or that'll be my question. Thank you.
Again, question, Mr. Platero.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
No, hold on, Mr. Platero. Hold on. Shanda, Delegate Yellow Hair. Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yes, you. I like to take it to the point either. The best of Tito, you can know when question is in a time. See that locksmith, or no, that gotta be modified. We have to change the procurement. It's Navajo Nation have locksmith. I think that needs to be revised and modified. What a direct take to take care immediately. It's just too much these type of process. Being the committee to review the procurement policy in Navajo Nation. We need to modify these. There's a budget, there's a broadband of the water project. There's a budget line item. They bought that, then only operational expense area. There's a the broadband on it in the water line, on it, what in the expenditures are in-house expenditures operation. There's really nothing to do with a capitalized expenditure. It's about the administration that could on the water line project. They as a little pattern. By year, issue could I'm supporting a legislation 8622 ARC cases. Eben deals so much on the same for cutting issue. I'm not wasting my time. We like to move on with that legislation immediately. Let's take care of this business for the people. Not to keep the net in cutters in auto or to hold this. That's why I'm not going to also the actually. Other us, other perhaps, these are Mr. Terrell. I said, 3% interest either. What's your need to be cured that anyone? Auto, and there's good report, Mr. Terrell. So this is has done to do it. Ready to vote on for to get this report or report for each next. I think the only indeed. I saw it started to the chairman. Thank you.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Back to Mr. Platero for a response.
Siri, you're muted. Delegate Begay, she's seen that in this continent housing, so could you FRF on the Nishigi, the Dr. Element, the chapter Ziggy, AC, not Sos Nakaya Hata Ditness. We'll work together and get it done, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Platero, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? We'll call for the question to accept the report. Christina, with that, I hear nothing. So with that, we'll move forward to Ramona. Call for the question. Roll call vote.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I do have a follow-up for Legislative Council.
Christina, you have the floor.
I apologize, I was on mute. Chair, if we could ask Legislative Council, I don't know if it's Barbara or Ms. Tapahi. Is it Ms. Tapahi? I'm sorry if I got that wrong. So the BNF resolution, there is a quote, I have to review it, but it says, I believe it says, the division director shall, the Division of Community Development Division Director shall sign those papers. What would be the easier route, to waive that language or to try to modify that resolution? I just think a lot of our projects we're slowly finding out, like maybe 2 weeks ago, I finally got a listing from Dr. Yellowman regarding what projects in the DC portal were submitted to DOJ and what projects haven't. And so we need to move forward on those projects that haven't been submitted. We have a list that moves forward, but it's not clear then how the determination is being made. So I would just need some guidance from Legislative Council. What is the easier route to go when it comes to these expenditure plans that have that language? Thank you.
Thank you for that question to Office Legislative Council. Ms. Tapahi or Ms. Barba?
Thank you. This is Ms. Barbara. I will do my best to answer that question. However, keep in mind that I haven't gone back to look at every resolution, but my recommendation would be to do an amendment, not do a waiver. As I think I've mentioned before, waivers when you can do an amendment, it's better than a waiver. A waiver somewhat diminishes the implementation of Navajo law. So I would recommend that we do an amendment. That should make it easier. I am going to take a look and see if we could actually incorporate some type of amendment in the FRF legislations that are actually currently before council. That's 87 and 86. And we may be able to put something in them which will probably be faster than actually going back through and amending CJY 4121. So I'm going for an amendment, and I will take a look at the best place to place it and also the fastest way to do it, and get back to you as quickly as I can. Thank you, Chair and Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Ms. Barba, for your input. Thank you, and back to the Budget Finance Committee. Delegate Amber Crotty, does that help with your question?
Yes, Chair, it does answer, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
I could share that with that. So now if there's no further questions, and then we'll go for calling for the question. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report from Tom Platero.
Yes, Chairman, can you roll call vote on accepting the report? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Mr. Platero for being on the call with us this afternoon. And we'll move forward to item C on the report. Mr. Dominic Bial, are you on the call this afternoon?
Mr. Chair, I am.
Mr. Bial. You have the floor to update on the FY23 budget process.
Thank you, Chairman Henio, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and others on the call. I didn't have a chance today to prepare a written report, so my report, as far as the update goes, will be done orally, verbally, and so I'll proceed. The original timeline that we were following is for the fiscal year 23 budget legislation for the BNF committee to be dropped on June 1st, which would have been last Wednesday. And that would have made the legislation after the 5 days would be before the BNF committee today. However, the Legislative Council determined that the legislation should not be dropped until all of the exhibits are included. More specifically, the branch chiefs agreement, which, as you know, the branch chiefs agreement would typically make a number of recommendations on the planning allocations to the branches, chapters, and so on and so forth. And that hadn't been done yet. It hadn't been done yet because OMB, our office, we hadn't finished all of the related information, the data, the amounts, and so on and so forth. However, the BNF, or not the BNF, but the Branch Chiefs Committee, the Branch Chiefs meeting was held this morning at 8 o'clock for approximately an hour. And at that time, OMB did give an overview of some of the key amounts and other factors that would be involved in the budget process. But the key part that we have still not finished is the planning amount options, which we typically give to the branch chiefs that consider certain variables, costs and expenses, and so forth. We haven't finished that piece of it. So the branch chiefs, therefore, agreed to meet this coming Friday, at which time we should have the full report ready with the various exhibits supporting some of the numbers that we presented. And by that I mean like the revenues, whatever the amounts are, what is the balance? How does the fixed costs look at this point? The external fund cash match, how much is that? And then there's other factors to consider: the IDC amount, the fringe benefits, and then we were building into it a set aside for the chapter official stipends. So that was the meeting that was held earlier this morning. And again, on Friday, we'll continue with the meeting, at which time it would be a more comprehensive and thorough meeting. So the objective is to have the branch chiefs agreement available no later than June 15th, which is Wednesday of next week, if not sooner. But anyway, June 15th, if it's available then it can be incorporated into the legislation to be dropped in order to meet the June 21st next regular meeting of the BNF committee. On May 25th, just to let you know, is when we finished the proposed draft of the budget instructions manual. And that was sent for further review in order to refine it to the Controller's Office, DOJ, Legislative Council, and the 3 branches. And I noticed that on your agenda, under letter E, there's a subject matter, proposed amendments to the BIM, presented by DOJ and then by Legislative Council. So I was curious as to what that was. And subsequently, just over the last hour or two, we got copies of proposed amendments to the BIM. We haven't had time to review it and see how it would affect a document that's already been sent out. So, Mr. Chair, that's the quick summary at the moment. The branch chiefs meeting, the first one was this morning in the preliminary form. However, the full meeting will be this coming Friday. The branch chiefs agreement, therefore, will be drawn up thereafter and would be available no later than June 15th, so that it could be appended and included in the Budget and Finance Committee budget resolution, legislation to be dropped that same day, if not sooner, in order to be available for review, consideration, and action by the BNF committee on June 21st, which is your next regular meeting. Mr. Chair, that's the quick overview of where we are at this moment. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair. I'll motion the report.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair to accept the report. Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor to accept the report. Is there a second? Second going once.
I can second, Chair Henyo. This is Delegate Claudia.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second on the floor to accept the report from Mr. Dominic Bial. With that, the floor is open for questions. Questions, comments for Mr. Bial? If there's
Chairman
none,
Henyo, this is Delegate Claudia.
yes, yeah, you have the floor, Shananda.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of how, what did our budget calendar look like? When there's been multiple emails. I don't know on your end, Mr. Bial, who keeps accountable to have these 3 branch meetings, to have this information. But if we could tighten this up, because it just feels like Navajo Nation motto is hurry up and wait. Could I get background on why we have a 3-branch agreement? If there's not a sincere effort to get the information on time and now start delaying the budget process, could you give me insight on the rationale why we have a 3-branch agreement? And there's areas, as you reported, that the 3-branch chiefs need to take into consideration, especially when it comes to our elders and our senior centers. They consistently have been overlooked annually through the budget process, and we're still dealing with food shortages, POs that take 3 months, possible reversion of state funding. And so are they going to make, is the 3-branch just to distribute money how they see fit, or are they going to develop the priorities for the nation and start addressing those issues? Thank you, Chairman Henyo.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Bial, response?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, responding to Delegate Crotty's question. The first part being, why is there a branch chiefs meeting and a branch chiefs agreement? In fiscal year 2000 is when the revised and amended what we call the Appropriations Act was approved and adopted. And what the Appropriations Act did is require the budgets to be recommended by the branch chiefs for their respective branches. And since this was the first time that they were doing it in a formal fashion, the branch chiefs had to sit down together and consider the revenues, the budget expenses, and so on, and determine what the allocations would be accordingly. So that was done, and those recommendations were made to Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee is the one who eventually makes the planning allocation amounts, the allocations to the branches and other cost categories. So by doing that, the branch chiefs established an annual meeting where they do that. It's not required by law. However, given that the respective branches have an interest, obviously, in what the budget figures are going to be, what the various factors are that are involved. Like, for example, is fringe benefits going up or down? Is cash mats going up or down? And so forth. Because they're the ones who eventually administer the budgets accordingly. So that established what I would call the custom or the tradition where the branch chiefs have been meeting to do that. And they provide that in a written agreement, which is provided to B&F committee. Now, up until recently, meaning over the last maybe 3 or 4 years, the branch chiefs agreement was presented to the B&F committee. At the time, the B&F committee was considering the budget, the revenues, the BIM, and then the planning amounts. And the B&F could accept them in whole or consider modifications. And the branch chiefs could be there to respond and answer any questions about their agreement, their recommendations. But in recent years, the way the Legislative Council's office has drawn up the legislation, the branch chiefs agreement has become an exhibit appended to the budget resolution. So that's the background to it. So Delegate Crotty asked about, well, certain unmet needs that she expressed involving the elders, senior citizens, etc. Okay, that part of it, of course, would be under the executive branch. So the president in this case, he would be considering not only this need, but all others, the various branches, or not branches, but the divisions and the programs that are part of the divisions, and do his best to calculate based on this year's base amount how much may be needed or what could be added, reduced, or maintained at a consistent level. So the president, and this in my example that I'm citing, he does have a plan that he uses, and it doesn't necessarily have dollar amounts. It just says to address, for example, as you say, elders and senior citizen services. And given the revenue available, he would do the best to meet that particular need. And we're all aware that annually during the budget process, there's anywhere from $30 to $50 million in unmet needs that arise from the budget hearings. So I say that just to say that typically, usually, normally, is not enough money to cover everything. Similarly, the Chief Justice for Judicial, Speaker, I'm sure, for Legislative, would have plans and priorities as well. And those factors would be considered when they sit down and negotiate how to carve up the pie, the revenue pie, to meet all of these needs. So at this point, it's at a high level, meaning it's the overall amounts. And once those are established, recommended to B&F, and B&F committee makes those allocations, either tweaking it somewhat or keeping it as is, as recommended, then the detail work starts, and that would follow, later on in the budgeting process. So in the the way we would do it now, that would be June 21st, assuming the B&F committee acts at that day. Then the allocations would be known to the 3 branches, the chapters, and so forth. And they would begin their internal allocations to their divisions, programs, and so forth. Mr. Chair, that's the response at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Biel, for the response to the questions. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Shananta, any further questions, comments? Are there any further questions or comments for Mr. Biel? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. So with that, Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Claudia, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Cardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Claudia votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused, chairman.
Thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, motion to accept the report passes. So thank you, Mr. Biel, for being on the call with us this afternoon. As we go down the list on the reports, next item on the reports is we have an update from the ARPA hardship assistance. As yesterday we spent several hours with Ms. Begay, but Ms. Begay, are you on the call with us this afternoon? Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay. Our nomination acting controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, first call. Our acting controller nomination, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, second call. Third and final call for nomination acting controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. Okay, there's no response, so therefore we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is proposed amendments to the FY 2022 Budget Instruction Manual, Nomination Department of Justice, and also Nomination Office of Legislative Counsel. So with this, I'll have Ms. Dana Barboff lead us off, and then if she can defer to Nomination Department of Justice thereafter. Ms. Barboff?
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Ms. Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. We appreciate the opportunity to report on some recommended amendments to the Budget Instructions Manual. We have had conversations, Office of Legislative Counsel has had conversations with the Department of Justice, and the way we would like, if the committee is fine with it, to present this afternoon is first Kristen Lowell from DOJ will present on amendments both Legislative Counsel and DOJ agree on, and then Legislative Counsel will present Laureline Tapaye on amendments that are directly related to the drafting of legislation. And those amendments that Laureline will report on, present on, they have also been reviewed by DOJ, and DOJ did not have any issues with them. So at this point in time, I would like, if it's okay, to turn it over to DOJ. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Navajo Nation Department of Justice, who's on the call to represent DOJ?
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Kristen Lowell. I'll be presenting for the Department of Justice this afternoon.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. The document that I will be working off of was emailed to the advisors and to the committee members earlier today by Ms. Nakai. So you should all have access to that document. At the top, it just says DOJ proposed edits to the FY 2023 BIM. And then one thing I noted in section 2A of the document was just that there's an interchange of using capital P and small p for the word program. So I just wanted to call that out to OMB's attention because I wasn't sure if they're using it in a different manner or if it was just a typographical error. Another thing that I noticed was in section 5E, it reads, general funds become unappropriated funds available for further appropriations budgeting. And that's in reference to a line item veto. And if I'm recalling correctly, the former controller indicated that we weren't going to do unallocated funds anymore, that it was all going to be going into UFB. So I wanted to get clarification if the acting controller is holding the same position, and if so, a change should probably be made to the BIM to reflect that.
Okay.
Okay. The next sections are all interrelated. They all deal with amendments to fixed costs. Actually, would it be, should I try to share my screen, or is it just okay, everybody following along orally?
Committee members, what's your preference?
I'm calling in, Chair, so I could just follow along, but I do have the document via email. Thank you.
I believe everybody has a document that's emailed to them, so just proceed, Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so this dealt with amendments to fixed costs, adding in chapter officials' stipends into fixed costs. So there were a few areas that needed to be updated in order for that to happen. So section 10, chapter budget process, adding a new paragraph C that reads as follows: chapter officials' stipends for the monthly regular chapter and chapter planning meetings referenced in the LGA at 26 NNC section 1002 C lowercase b shall be treated as fixed costs. Chapter officials' stipends for the emergency chapter meetings, special chapter meetings, agency council meetings, district council meetings, and regional council meetings referenced in the BIM Appendix M-1, Section 4G2 may be treated as fixed costs. So the planning and the regular and the planning meetings are fixed costs, and then the others are permissive. The next section would be an amendment to the definition of fixed costs, and the section pertaining to chapter officials' stipends just adds a sentence to the end as follows: chapter officials' stipends for the monthly regular chapter and chapter planning meetings referenced in the LGA at 26 NNC section 1002 C lowercase b shall be treated as fixed costs. and chapter officials stipends for the emergency chapter meetings, special chapter meetings, agency council meetings, district council meetings, and regional council meetings referenced in the BIM Appendix M-1 Section 4G2 may be treated as fixed costs. I'm going to skip the section in red right now, which deals with election costs, and keep going with the chapter official stipends. So then the next section that would be amended would be in Appendix M1, Section 4G1 and 2, chapter budget policies. So the changes that the OMB would make would be to Section 1, subsection 1, we just add a reference to the regular and planning meetings, which are to be budgeted as fixed costs. And then the second section, that is referencing the other meetings may be budgeted as fixed costs. So you'll see from the strike through in black, that came out of the current BIM. So that is in the FY 2022 BIM that we're working with now, but those were struck through for the FY 23 BIM. So if those stay stricken, then we would need to take them out of the sections that I just read. Okay, and then I'm going to go back up to fixed costs, the definition of fixed costs. It was pointed out to me yesterday that there's a suggestion to include the costs of holding Navajo Nation elections in fixed costs. So the final sentence that is in red of the document that was emailed out reads, additionally, all costs related to holding NN primary and general elections shall be treated as fixed costs. So that's not the entire budget of the elections office, but it is just the costs of the election. And then as I'm talking about elections, I also wanted to mention something else also came up in relation to the fixed cost discussion that I was part of yesterday with OLC, DC, and DCD, was that there was a change. You'll recall there was an amendment to Title 12, the Appropriations Act, the section distributions to chapters, where that is where we get the 50-50 rule from. And the change was that chapter official stipends are not going to be allocated based on the 50-50 rule. This relevant language added reads, except that appropriations for chapter official stipends shall be equally divided among all the chapters, regardless of the percentage of registered voters in the chapter. So there's the typical chapter structure where you have a president, a vice president, and a secretary treasurer, meaning 3 chapter officials. And so the equal amount of stipend works for chapters who have that form of governance. There's also an alternative form of governance, which I think we have 6 or 8 chapters that fall in that category. And so for those chapters, excuse me, some of those chapters, the equal distribution doesn't cover the stipends for all of those chapter officials. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And it's actually 6 chapters that follow AFOG, alternative form of governance. It's cornfields, Nahatatsil, Nashchiti, Shanto, Steamboat, and Tuba City. So the thought was that some of those chapters are getting not getting enough money to pay all of their officials. So would that be something that the committee would be interested in addressing through legislation? That would require an amendment to the Appropriations Act, but I'm just bringing that up as a discussion point. And then I still have one more section of the BIM to review, the section L, which is external grant funding. So that is not part of this document. One thing that the Department of Justice and OMB worked on over the last several months was amendments to the section of the BIM, Navajo Nation grants. It's section 10 of the BIM. So that section has been already completely overhauled. So there's no additional amendments from the Department of Justice, but just to highlight a few things there. This section, Navajo Nation grants, those are grants that come from Navajo Nation funds. Typically, it's the UUFB, it could be the CSN fund, it could be also, that could be done as part of the comprehensive budget. So one thing that we did is we added in eligibility requirements. So entities that are eligible to receive Navajo Nation grants, those would be could be Navajo Nation non-governmental entities such as enterprises, or it could be a private nonprofit entity or for-profit entity when the purpose of the grant meets the needs and priorities of the Navajo Nation. And then also as part of that, we put in a little bit more information about what happens to the grant. So I think sometimes there's a disconnect where requesters think that they just have to fill it out and then it can be approved. But there is, as you know, a process that requires not only the approval or rather the review and the approval by the branch chief or division director, but it also requires legislative approval. And then from there, that's still not the final step. Once the legislation is approved, there is an administrative process that follows. So we outlined what's included in the grant agreement, and then we also included a section explaining what happens in the 164 review and the actual execution of the grant agreement. So hopefully that'll make that section a little bit more user-friendly. Okay, that's all I have right now, Chair. So I don't know if you want to go straight to Ledge Council or if you want to have me entertain questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowe, for your presentation. Also, I'm trying to look through my email. See, but email it to me again, to the committee, what you just went over, because I couldn't find, only thing I could find was from Office Legislative Council. About her to Mr. Pai. Ms. Lowe, go ahead.
Peggy, the one that I reviewed, Peggy sent out this morning, but I can re-forward it.
Okay. Yeah,
Mr. Chair, something's wrong with the Outlook, the work email. I believe I did send OLC's version.
I have that. Okay.
At 1:49 p.m. today.
Okay.
And I believe Ms. Bobroff is on the call as well.
Okay.
Can you give me one moment, please? Okay, Mr. Chair, if you have OLC's edits in front of you, I will start with the explanation. As I said in the email, OLC does run into problems with preparing legally sufficient legislation for pickup by delegates, and then they drop the legislation. It's posted on DIB, and then when it goes through the process, oftentimes there are missing supporting documents, and the amendments here, OLC's edits here, are specifically designed to address those problems, to make it very clear to everyone who is seeking supplemental appropriations that certain things are required and before the legislation is prepared for the legislative process. So I'll get to those, but at the top of the OLC draft in pink, the added language, the new language is in pink. And I have stricken through the language that we propose to delete. So just before I get into the supplemental funding matter, I just wanted to talk about D real quick. I noticed in the Title 12 in the Appropriations Act, there is Section 850A, which does require monthly reports to be provided to, it does say in Section 850A, it does say that let's see here, it says the Controller and Office of Management and Budget shall monitor actual expenditures versus budgeted expenditures and report to the Budget and Finance Committee with respect to the overall budget status of the Navajo Nation and to the branch chiefs with regard to their respective branches. And these reports are required on a quarterly basis. So I noticed that in the BIM, there was nothing that mentioned that. And I thought that it was important to, OLC believes it's important that programs, when they read the BIM, that they're put on notice that they should cooperate with OMB and provide the information needed so that OMB and the controller can prepare these reports and be able to give these reports on a quarterly basis as is required by the Appropriations Act. This report is a little different than the other reports and requirements that are in the Appropriations Act. This report is a monitoring of actual expenditures by programs as compared to their budgeted expenditures. So that is a critical thing that this committee should be on top of on a quarterly basis. And so someone was smart enough to write that into Title 12, and the council did approve that. So that is in the Appropriations Act. So that's the reason I added that in. So if there are no questions on that section, I'll move on to the supplemental appropriations edits. I'll pause right now for any questions on that.
Mr. Pai, we usually have a motion and a second for the questions, so continue on.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll finish the review of all the edits then. Okay, so the second area is supplemental appropriations, and the subsection A considerations just makes it a little bit more easy to read. And I changed supplemental funding request to supplemental appropriations throughout this section. And the reason for that is there's no definition of supplemental funding request. However, on page 30 of the draft BIM, there is a definition of supplemental appropriation. So I've made it consistent throughout to call it a supplemental appropriation. And I'll get to that definition as soon as I finish this section. So A is to make it more easy to read, and B, legal requirements. This is to mention, in the pink there, the added language is to mention that supplemental appropriation requests have to comply with the Appropriations Act, and specifically the two reviews required by OMB and the Controller's Office. So we have 12 NNC 820L and 820M. So we've written in there that these memos must be provided in the final form to the Office of Legislative Counsel before we draft legislation for an appropriation request. Because in the past, we haven't done those, or there's been a draft memo and we try to switch it out and then it just creates confusion. So sometimes there's also a preliminary memo that highlights concerns and things that need to be changed, but we are requesting that a final form of the memo be provided before the legislation is drafted. That way there's no concerns about whether a particular legislation that's lacking these memos is legally sufficient. So we wanted to address that. In C, the new C, again, just trying to make it a little bit easier to read. Again, the problem that OLC has encountered is that we get draft budget forms, we get the wrong budget forms, we get a budget form from a different office rather than the correct office, or maybe they're not signed or whatever. So we've inserted there that we do need the proper budget forms completed and provided to us before we begin drafting legislation, before the legislation is released to the delegate to then drop. So that's something that we are definitely in need of. In section 2, other requirements, I just deleted the 3 paragraphs in the bottom of this whole section and just moved them to this section 2. It's the same language. It's just moved up because it's a secondary requirement in addition to the forms that are required. So it's essentially the same language. If a supplemental appropriation request is not approved, the request has to be updated and resubmitted every 4 months. A proposal not approved in the previous fiscal year must be revised and resubmitted for the current fiscal year. And then the period has to be prorated so that the supplemental request covers only the remaining portion of the current fiscal year. So that's all existing language. It's just in pink because I moved it from the bottom there. 3, these are recommendations only. These are not requirements. So that's why this is the final section in this section C. It's the final paragraph. This is signatures. In the past, it's been confusing whether these signatures are required or not on these budget forms. The previous language said budget forms are encouraged to have the signature. And I apologize, I should have put that are encouraged to have the signature. I should have left that in black. That's existing language that I'm deleting. Rather than having it written in that awkward manner, I rewrote it to say budget forms should be signed by the appropriate division department with written concurrence from the appropriate branch chief or division director. But such signatures are not required for the preparation of legislation. So because previously it was only an encouragement to have these signatures, we didn't change that. We just wanted to make it clear that it should be done, but it's not a requirement. Again, on the justification, little b there, I made it a little bit clearer that the requesting party should, but is not required to, provide an explanation of why a supplemental appropriation is being requested outside the regular budget process. C, Again, the party should, but is not required to, show other sources of fundings that are considered and pursued. And again, the justification and the listing of other funds is not always provided. It's not always available. So we did write it as a should, but not an actual absolute requirement. Moving on to D, capital improvement projects. Just a few minor changes here to make it read a little bit easier. It's just specific to supplemental appropriations requests for capital improvement projects. And then E, review by branch chiefs. Again, OMB is recommending that the branch chiefs give their signature approval, but that it's not required. And whenever possible, the branch chiefs shall include a prioritized list of funding priorities. And then F, I combined the new F in pink. I combined the old F, timetable, G, budget and finance committee, H, council. I basically combined that into one paragraph under F, legislative action. And then I rolled in the oversight committee, BNF, Nabakiate, and the Navajo Nation Council authority. So it basically rolls all those into one paragraph. Moving down to definitions, I noticed that the term external entities or entities external to the Navajo Nation is used in the BIM, so I felt like it needed a definition. So that's what that is: private organizations not part of the Navajo Nation government or any of its chapters, and are not established or chartered by the Navajo Nation government or any of its chapters. So I feel like that's a good definition of external entities. And just amending 3 definitions, lapse funds. It seemed a bit complicated, the existing definition, so I tried to make it more general to apply to all funds rather than just personnel lapse under CF 0711. So lapse funds means appropriated funds that are not encumbered or spent by the deadline, whether it's by statute or contract. There's a deadline for the expenditure of funds, and they lapse, they revert to the original source. And in most cases, it's the general fund. Navajo Nation entities, just a small change there. Organizations that are not part of the Navajo Nation government, but are affiliated with the Navajo Nation. So that would be something like an enterprise. That's distinct from the use of the term program or division or branch. It's not part of the Navajo Nation government, but it's like an enterprise or a school. Page 30, supplemental appropriation. There was some discussion about what kind of funds can be the subject of a supplemental appropriation, because it never really says that in the BIM, the previous BIM, or in the Appropriations Act. So in here, we think it's necessary to add UUFB, because the BIM's procedures for supplemental appropriation requests and the term supplemental appropriation as used in the Appropriations Act, those apply to when programs are asking for UUFB funds. If it's CSN, that's not considered a supplemental appropriation. If it's a request for funds from a special fund, say the Fire and Rescue Services Fund, or the Dene Relocatee Fund, or whatever fund it may be, a special fund established by the council, those funds, I'm about 99% sure that each and every one of those funds has a fund management plan, and the statute passed by the council for the creation of those funds has a provision in there that says funds, money out of this fund that we just created may only be appropriated, expended according to a duly approved fund management plan. And then BNF approves the fund management plan. So that's the governing regulations, the governing policies for those funds. So we are looking at the supplemental appropriations of UUFB only as falling under all that supplemental appropriation language in the BIM and also in the Appropriations Act. So that's the reason for adding specifically the UUFB, the mention of the UUFB in this definition. So those are OLC's recommended changes. There's a whole lot more, but for purposes of moving this quickly and just pulling out the critical issues that OLC faces from time to time, and trying to address those issues with these edits. These edits were limited to just those critical matters at this time. So I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pahi, for your presentation. Ms. Lowe, Nomination Department of Justice, for your presentation. With that, is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Gay.
Motion by Shannon
Del-
Gay, second by
Delegate Yeller.
Yellow Hair. So we do have a motion and a second in place. With that, committee members, floor is open. Are there questions, comments? Are there any questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Cardi.
Linda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So these are some substantial, some editing amendments. What is our timeline to be able to review and get the presentation? My concern is in reading these line item vetoes, the president is line item vetoing like critical funding because of interpretations by like OMB, and then saying it's not going through the correct budget process. What I want to make sure is then these recommendations are not creating additional barriers to get out critical funding that's needed. And I'm not exactly sure why we require all of these signatures when we still find errors in the budget forms and other matters. But when we want to make changes, we're delayed because requesting budget or requesting signatures. That's really my concern, because, you know, going back to the hardship, the only person who signed that Appendix A was acting controller. We didn't get a signature from EP's office, and if we had that language that still requires a signature, we wouldn't have this hardship. And so I think we need to re-examine why we make all of these requirements, and then it just becomes technical reasons on why not to get the funding out to the communities, especially reading the current memo on elections. We all know the intent, but it was line item vetoed because of technical issues. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. So I'll defer that to who would like to respond? Department of Justice or Office of Legislative Counsel?
I can respond to that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Pahi, you have the floor.
Thank you. So the pink edits for OLC's edits, there are no requirements for signatures. In fact, it makes it clear that the signatures on the budget forms for, let's see, it says under B, the old B, the new C, procedures, and under recommendations, number 3, it says budget forms should be signed by the appropriate division department with written concurrence from the appropriate branch chief or division director as appropriate, but such signatures are not required for the preparation of legislation for approval of supplemental appropriation requests. So the previous language from last year's BIM said budget forms are encouraged to have the signature of the appropriate persons, period. So we changed that to say budget forms should be signed by the appropriate person, but such signatures are not required for the preparation of legislation. So we made it clear those aren't required. In a second area is the justification for the supplemental appropriation request should be provided, but that is not required. And a listing of other funds in the supplemental appropriation request should be provided, but that is not required either. And a branch chief review in E, the new E, says that OMB recommends that the branch chief gives his or her signature approval of each supplemental appropriation request before it enters the legislative process, but the signature is not required. So I think that the new the new amendments, the edits here, make it very clear that those particular signatures are not required. The only thing that is a requirement is that we are asking for proper completed budget forms before we drop the legislation. And that is because there has been some question brought up before Nabakiatu committee regarding some legislation that budget forms that were provided were not completed. And so there was a question whether the legislation was legally sufficient. And to avoid that problem, we are asking that proper and completed budget forms shall be provided. However, I don't think this necessarily means that amended budget forms cannot be provided if such a circumstance becomes necessary. I think we can do an amendment for revisions to a budget form if that's necessary. So I hope that answers Delegate Crotty's question.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie. Can I ask a question, if I may?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pai, for your response. I do hear Office of Controller on the line. Mr. Willie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Robert Willie, Accounting Manager with the Office of Controller. I only caught the end of what Mr. Pahi was saying about budget forms. I'm not sure if that includes the Sehasen, because there have been instances where the Sehasen did pass some funding amounts, but there were no budget forms attached and there was no responsible party to take care of that particular grant, and that we ran into problems with some of those. So I'm not sure if we could think about on that also when we're drafting these amendments too. That's my only input for now, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willie, for your input. Okay, with that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee.
I can address that, Mr. Chair.
The Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shananda, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairman, I am, and I understand the answer that Mr. Pahi provided. Is there? I just need understanding why we require those signatures, and if we could just simplify the budget forms, so that when there needs to be updates or revisions, it's not a whole process. We know, at sometimes OMB is not available, or other signature folks are not available. But I'm thinking if it's the council's authority to appropriate, that binds the council. in the actions that we take collectively through, and this could be an opportunity simplifying those budget forms. If that's an opportunity that we could take at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll defer back to Mr. Pai. You have the floor.
Chairman Henyo, were you able to hear me? This is Delegate Crotty.
Oh, yes, I did hear.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, dang it. All right, I'll go back on mute. Thank you.
Oh, you came in loud and clear. So with this, Mr. Pahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, let me address Mr. Willie's question. So we discussed yesterday, DOJ and OLC jointly discussed these amendments, and the idea that when Title 12, the Appropriations Act, says supplemental appropriations, okay, it uses that term a few times. Give me just a moment, please. I want to speak with Ms. Bobra.
Not by budget.
Okay, so anyhow, the BIM, when it mentions supplemental appropriations, it's talking about supplemental appropriations in the Appropriations Act. It doesn't govern CHSN funds. So CHSN funds are governed by the statute passed by council, and the CHSN statute requires expenditure plans to be approved so that CHSN funds can be expended. So this BIM does not govern that at all. That's a complete separate issue. And to address the concerns that Mr. Woolley brought up, we can consider, the committee can consider adopting amendments or policies or regulations, something of that nature, that would govern the appropriate supplemental appropriations or appropriations out of the CHSN fund. We could do that at a later time down the road. But again, this BIM doesn't deal with CHSN funds. So that's for Mr. Woolley's question. To address Ms. Crotty's question, the forms, the budget forms do have lines for particular signatures for particular people. And those forms were developed by OMB. And so the amending those forms, we would have to discuss that with DOJ and OMB before those forms can be amended to remove signatures or, to provide for different people to sign those forms. So I'm going to let Ms. Bobroff chime in right here on that particular issue as well.
Thank you. This is Ms. Bobroff. And one of the things that I wanted to add to the conversation here is that we have really, as far as the supplemental appropriation goes, you have a couple of different steps in the process. One is getting the legislation drafted in the first place. And the problem Legislative Counsel's office consistently runs into is not having the appropriate budget forms that are signed, not having the budget impact analysis, not having the controller's memo. All of those are information that council should be able to review before acting on a legislation. Now, as far as those, and right now I'm still talking about what's provided to Office of Legislative Counsel to draft the legislation. We Office of Legislative Counsel believes that those budgets need to at least be signed by the program manager. We also, certainly myself, feels like the division director should also sign them so that there is an accountability, there is an assurance that we don't have some type of rogue program who is attempting to get funding to them when the division director believes that it's more appropriate to go to a different program within that same division. We recently ran into that problem in a big way. So we do support some type of sign off on the budgets before we draft the legislation. Now, as the budgets move through the legislation moves through the process, if there are amendments to the budgets that are adopted by council, I do not believe that those amendments adopted by council, those budget forms adopted by council need to have signatures. They're adopted by council. And there is that transparency. So for technically, I actually agree with or support Delegate Crotty's suggestion that once the budgets hit the legislative process and are amended by the council in the end, that's sufficient. They shouldn't have to go track down signatures of the branch chief, signatures of the division directors. So Office of Legislative Counsel will look at seeing if we can further or refine our amendments to proposed amendments to the BIM to address those matters. And we can turn those amendments around pretty quickly. We'll try to get them to O&B certainly by the end of the week, maybe sometime tomorrow. And so, I'm sorry, excuse me, I got distracted. And so we will get those to O&B tomorrow by the end of the week so that they can get the final BIM put together. And just a FYI, for the committee, Office of Legislative Counsel can turn the budget legislation the legislation to approve the allocations and the BIM. We can turn that around very quickly. We basically have it drafted. The big issue was that we don't have any branch allocations. So what we would have been providing to be dropped was basically a blank legislation, which provides no transparency, no information for public comments. With that, I will turn it back to you, Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Crotty.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barboth and Ms. Tapahe for a response to the question. Back to the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, I'll call to accept the report. I'm not hearing any, so with that, I'll call them for the question. Rona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Sure, Chairman Henyo. Roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair, votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green too.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have three.
Vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Christina, thank you for that roll call vote, Ramona. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we have accepted the report from Office of Legislative Counsel and Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Again, thank you, Ms. Barboff, Ms. Tapahi, Ms. Lowell for your participation, and Mr. Willie for your input. With that, thank you. And so therefore, we'll be moving on. Next item, old business, there's none. Close the session, written announcements. I haven't seen any written announcements yet. So next regular meeting is June 21st, 2022. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Delegate Crotty.
Motion by
Delegate.
Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty to adjourn, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, any parting comments? Tanoia, call for a vote to adjourn. Ramona?
Third Chairman Kenyo, roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel.
And I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. And we are hereby officially adjourned at 3:45 p.m. Budget and Finance Committee for a good meeting today. And with that, we'll the members stay safe and have a good afternoon. Thank you, Ramona. Thank you, Peggy, for your assistance today, and also all the those that are listening online, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you and have a good day.
Chairman.
Yes.
So, when are we having a joint meeting with Law and Order Committee?
Peggy, do you have an idea when that meeting is? Peggy, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. I know we got a request. Let me see. I know there was a request from Eugenia. I believe it was. She, let's see. It's regarding the Fire and Rescue Services Fund. And it says, well, this is from from Dana. Maybe she can enlighten the committee if she's still on the call. She says, I cannot figure how the Fire and Rescue Services Fund has been appropriated since 2019 without a BFC approved fund management plan as required by CJA 0718. More detail explanation is set forth in the email below. Given that budget season is fast approaching and OLC has hit a wall with its inquiries, I would recommend that LOC meet with BFC on the matter. I would also recommend that the following entities present at any such meeting. And those entities would be the Office of the Navajo Nation Tax Commission, OMB, Controller, DOJ, that would be the Tax and Finance Unit, Fire Chief Shi, and then the OPVP. So that was a recommendation from the Legislative Council. And that I can forward that again, or I can forward this to Budget and Finance, and you can see for yourselves that email. So that would be for the committee to decide what day would work for them. Since it sounds like, it's a time-sensitive issue, Chair. And I don't know if you want to wait until the 21st to set a date. I could ask Legislative or Law and Order Committee what day they're recommending, the usual process that you usually require. And would that be a special meeting or would that be a work session? Or would that be just a report at the 21st meeting? Let me know how you want to deal with this request. Give me some guidance on that.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll take a look at the email.
And my apologies, this is Ms. Bobroff, Office of Legislative Counsel, got off the call too soon. If you have any questions, let me know, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbo. But do you have any input on this, what we're talking about now?
What I understand you're talking about is a joint work session with the Law and Order Committee concerning. It actually concerns the Fire and Rescue Services Fund, which was, and I don't have my notes in front of me, I apologize, but I think I have everything in that email that was, hopefully you have. But the Fire Rescue Fund is funded through the sales tax. And in 2018, the Fire and Rescue Fund was added to the sales tax, and it was specifically required in the legislation that approved it that a fund management plan be developed for the Fire and Rescue Services Fund. But come to find out, 4 years later or so, there is not a fund management plan. And what happened apparently was in 2018, the fire chief submitted a request for services or for review of a fund management plan by the Department of Justice, but an attorney at the Department of Justice, who is no longer there, informed the fire chief that a fund management plan was not required. The Department of Justice's advice on that was, I just have to say it was incorrect, because the legislation adopted by council specifically states that there needs to be a fund management plan. So Department of Justice saying one's not necessary, I think overextended their authorities. So it has been very confusing. I think every year and I don't even know how it's happened, that funding has been appropriated to the Fire and Rescue Services Fund without the required fund management plan. So that is what the discussion would be about, is trying to figure that out. We do here at Legislative Council have requests to provide funding to some various fire entities. And they want legislation, and what our position is it should be handled through a fund management plan. Back to you, Chair, and I apologize if I went on too long.
No, that's good information, I guess. So what we'll do is wait, I'll look at the email and then we'll go from there, provide Peggy some guidance as to how to handle this request. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Peggy, if you're still there, we'll move forward. And
Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, do you have a comment?
Yeah, because there was also a travel that if you go on travel request for it, if you're gonna be on travel, I thought maybe also relate to this business travel. So let's get it. Like overnight staying.
We haven't scheduled a meeting yet, so we don't know where it's going to be held at.
Okay, don't mind Las Vegas. I'm just kidding.
Amigo.
Yeah, so thank you.
I can see that. Go ahead. Take care, brother.
Okay.
Okay, Chair Henia, then I will just wait to hear what the committee wants to do about this. It sounds like it's already legislated, so perhaps, could just have the fire chief also request legislation to be dropped for a fund management plan after they develop one, of course.
I think that's what needs to happen. We'll work with LOC to get that, and maybe I can get on their agenda and provide a report or something. I'll find out and I'll let you know.
Okay. When will you be available to sign the 2 committee reports?
Tomorrow. I'll be on my way. I'll be in Winter Rock tomorrow, and to do for that.
Okay, I'll get those ready then. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for your participation today. Appreciate all those reports that were made and the 2 legislations, the delegates that were involved. Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee. Go on it.
Thank you, sister.
Oh, you're welcome.
Dad.